Sure. Okay, looks like we're ready to go here. Welcome everyone to the Blueprint teachings for Tuesday, January 26, 2015, 16 rather. And welcome, we're going to be with Mr. Mayran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and pursuing the Blueprint teachings for primarily for various health for a new type of health device that Mr. Keshe is to unveil today. And I believe we're going to start out with a health pen blueprint teaching. So, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go there?
To you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these broadcasts. This is today the second blueprint release of the Keshe Foundation. The first one on the 26th of November 2015, we released the blueprint for the energy. And we have seen it developing in different ways as you decided to develop it. Some of you have succeeded, some of you are succeeding and testing. In the space, energy is not one of the biggest problem or biggest concern. In the space, how man survives in the fields of the plasma of the universe and how he can keep his own integrity and unified body together is more important. So what is important to us in the space is how we can keep the body of the man intact in a way that no energy in space can or will affect this operation. On Earth, we call it accidents, physical accidents. In the space, the accident of space happens through interaction with the fields more than the matter state. You enter zones, you enter conditions, you enter environments that unknowingly can dissolve or can interact with any part of your body, and in majority of the cases can lock into the amino acid structure of the plasma of the human race. The present time we call these viruses. So we have to develop a technique and a technology to interact with the viruses, not with what you call microbes. Microbes hardly ever exist in the space for man. It's the plasma of the environment which changes or attaches itself to the plasma of the amino acid of the man, and this can itself lead to the destruction of the man himself. This is important because we are part of the structure. In space, we receive energy unknowingly. Does not matter how we protect ourselves. So we have to have tools to reverse these conditions or extract the energy from the structure of the body of the man that does not end with literally dilution of the weakest strength of the amino acid of the man to end and create the demise of the man. Today's teaching is in that direction. We do not show you tools how to operate, open the man. We don't show you a system to create, to overcome cold and others. But today's teaching is the basis for the man to understand a new technology, a new way to save his life in space. Even though some of you might use it for, in a way, application of the technology for yourselves. We encourage you. We would like you to build as many of these units. By the time we finish today, we allowed 8 hours of blueprint disclosure today. If we go beyond 8 hours, we carry on with it tomorrow. We come back to it on Thursday. Try to build as many as units as you can and test it. In this process, a cancer is a plasma in a matter state, which is part of the structure, the amino acid of the gans of the body of the man. You can interact with it. From today, in due course, if man understands how to use the systems which we will disclose, no man should die of cancer. But it's for the man to find out how to handle these new systems to overcome. Alzheimer's and all diseases known to man can be overcome. We show you the path, we show you the initial technique. We put down the blueprint. It's for you to develop for the humanity. Today we make out of humanity one huge laboratory of science, that every man who listens to these teachings will become part of the structure. We work together to make one nation, and one nation works to care for each other. With the teachings today, we teach you how to feed yourself free of any entity, matter state. In the process of the teaching, some of you will understand how you can create a condition to extract energy from the body of the man, that there is no need for waste or production of waste. In space, we cannot do what now the space people do. Bag our excrement and throw it in the space, hopefully it hits nobody. In space, we will not produce anything with the new technology which is released today. The use of internal organs like the stomach and the rest will become minimal. The function of the lung will become minimal, because now you learn how, as we said, the 20% of the energy taken from intake of air and food will be replaced totally with the energy within the structure of the man. Some of you might not understand the usage, but some of you might have seen the usage. You should not think that once I touch the machine, I should not go hungry for years. The body of the man consumes energy to keep alive, and what it doesn't need, it creates as a waste. From now on, you still need to do the same, but you can feed your body on a constant basis every few hours by using the machine. You receive the energy, and what is waste will be given back to the body of the system. So don't think that just because I eat or I use the system, I have to stay alive for rest and I don't need to eat anymore. It's very simple. You take energy, and what is below sub-level that is not used to anybody in your structure, then it needs to be released that others can use it or elevate it. So the systems you will see and the systems we start teaching today is and works in that package, in that process. It works in the package of understanding how energy is transferred. Is done in the process to understand how energy is transferred across both intake and outtake. This might be a bit far-fetched for you, but in the course of time, we will understand how this can be done. You will test it. We have people who have tested the initial stage of it, and hopefully they'll be online today that they can explain it. You can remedy diseases, but you test and you let us know. We have seen the operation of the simple version of these things with the pens, with the pads, and you have reported. The human race has become one big, huge test tube laboratory, that where we tested ourselves, we test our humanity, we test our body to see if the process works and how it works. We've seen the return of the youth, and we've seen the problem with what can be and cause problems, being in operation of the body or the others. To achieve where we are as part of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, as a Keshe Foundation family, as one planet, one race, one nation, there are a lot of people who do a lot of work in the background for the foundation. Some of you know some of them, and some of you don't. But these are the people who have devoted a lot of their time and services to humanity. We've seen Vince and Rick for a long time. They've been the backbone structure. We've seen Armand and Marco, who have sat behind every structure now that the foundation works within. We've seen people like Mark Nasser, who's brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, even he sacrificed a lot of his own time. We've seen Tom Sellers, out of the disaster, he has made the condition and now he's on moving to Hawaii to teach. Andy Ross and Reverend Anston in the US, Mr. Khan and Vivek Ninov and Abhinav. These are the new people, we should thank them for bringing the new knowledge in the new directions in different parts of the world. I'd like to thank Lisa, she's backbone of the Keshe Foundation in China. We will see how the Chinese will flourish and they become the goal post of the Keshe Foundation in Far East. As some of you might know, the Keshe Foundation Teaching Center in China is set to structure after Chinese New Year. So the teachings will move to China in Chinese language. We expect the same in India and other continents. But at the end, it's you who brings this big laboratory into work. We have seen how Ali has sacrificed a lot of things to promote the space travel. We have other people in the team. One of the major backbones of the whole structure is Caroline, who supports the foundation relentlessly. We thank all these people who've been there for us. But now, today, we're going to the new phase. Today, we announce what we announced a long time ago. I've explained to you a long time ago, for foundation to have a base and for our work to be carried out, we will announce the name of a city which we see it will be the capital of the World Organization. We call it the World Organization as a new government, where people will come as one planet. Today we announce the city of Dubai as the city for the seat of the Keshe Foundation for world government. The reason I chosen the city is because it's made of over 180 nations, nationalities working together. The city is peaceful. The city stands as the edge of the science in development. The leadership is just, and it replicates and reflects the work of the Keshe Foundation. In time, we open institutes and we establish the world center government in Dubai. The next point which we have to go through is to understand the work of how we will run the establishment as one nation, one city. I have taken residence in Dubai to see this matter through. I have moved out of Italy and I've been in Dubai for past month to see how it will be done and it will take shape. We will receive the support of the world governments in coming time to establish the first world government in this city. It suffers from no natural disasters, no earthquakes, and no hurricanes. So it's a safe place to establish a safe line. We will set up individual cases, individual cities. The position of the Keshe Foundation in Italy will not change. Italy will stay at the center of education for Europe. The Barletta Center will stay the same. The establishment of the Chinese Teaching Center will go to Zhejiang, as it is the teaching center and it will be all agreed to be done. We'll open teaching centers not in the west coast of United States, but somewhere with Mike Nassif where we feel safe position. On the other hand, we'll move to South America for teaching and development of the central teaching, most probably in Brazil. We have set the structure and we follow the structure. India will have its own teaching center and establishment, we support it. The teaching of the Keshe Foundation will go ahead relentlessly. Today, for the first time, we will show you the end products of the Keshe Foundation, carrying the logo of the Keshe Foundation and nobody else. Rick, can we have the pictures of the products of the Keshe Foundation, which is ready from release from today? You have the pen and the pads, please. While Rick is getting this ready, let us explain to you what this means. We call the city of Dubai the spaceship city. We call Dubai the city of peace, and we call Dubai the seat of the governance of this planet. So it's important for the Keshe Foundation supporters to work in that direction. We don't change anything, but now we give it a capital, we give it a center to work towards one nation, one planet. There is something important. We always spoke about one nation, one planet, one race. And if you notice, I never mentioned religion. Because we don't need one religion on this planet. Religion only tied up with this planet. Beyond the Earth atmosphere, there is nothing called religion. Because once you believe in God, you believe in your own creator, you don't need to believe in his subordinates. So we're done with the religious and religious leaders. This way, we work as one with peace, and we believe in the creator and work with equality. So we go with one planet, one nation, one race. And we ask the world leaders, religious leaders, to step down on their position. As of today, we do not support any uprising or any revolution, but understanding of the totality. We finish with the term of the Vatican. As of today, has no power and shall carry no power. We finish with the Islamic leaders' position being Ayatollah or Imams. We finish with the Jewish leaders the same, and other religious leaders. As one nation and one race, we believe in the Creator itself and not to his assistance or whatever has been made to abuse the man. On the other hand, we finish with the kingship and kingship done. As of today, we abolish the kingship. There shall be no kings, as the man are all equal. You have all the tools to make yourself equal. So the kings in Europe and the kings in other part of the world, your term has terminated. You are no higher than an ordinary man, and no ordinary man is higher than a king. This is our wish, and we'll abide. Our wish is our command, and we'll see it through. The basis of the elections of the world government will be those who promote peace only, on the basis of no arms, no guns, and no conflict. You will understand by the end of today why we announce these things and why we chose today. Today is 26th of 1, 2016, which adds up to 9. We chose 26th of 11, 2015 for release of energy, which adds up to 9. 9 is the end and the beginning of new. And from today is a new world order for the man, in the order of peace and unity. So we teach you everything. By the end of the teaching of Blueprint today, you have the energy, you have the space technology, now you have food and medicine, or what it needs for you to survive. The pen in front of you is what you can buy from the Keshe Foundation, or you can produce it yourself. We have taught you all the ways, and people are doing it using a different way. The pens will be available on the Keshe Foundation website sometimes today. The same goes with the pad. Do you have the picture of the pad, please? These are the pads which has been produced and carried the logo of the Keshe Foundation. Within next 3 days, 4 days, we will release it within Europe with CE certification. But outside Europe, you can purchase it as you like. The power units will be restructured on the packaging and presentation. And you can use the new power units for space technology and medicine. We'll explain to you one by one how you can do it as we come across it. Do we have somebody from United States who wants to present the first blueprint on the pen? Do you see him? This is Rick. Have you managed to find him?
No, I don't. No, I don't see him in the list yet, as well as the other person you're asking, Mr. Keshe.
Is Arnold, Armand or Arnold on the line?
I don't see them, but let me check again.
Has anybody risen his hand for diabetic?
Armand?
Yeah?
Is that his name, Armand?
Yeah?
Okay, I'll promote you to the panelist.
We can see Brennan in the background. Do you see it?
Yes, Armand is now in. Armand, can you unmute your mic?
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm kind of new to the Zoom here, but I'll try to get some things up for you. Hi, I'm Armand from the Long Beach group, and what we're really excited about out here is a new well, we're calling it the health cannon, survival cannon, if you will. And I think if you can see the picture there. Is it up on the screen?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay. Yes, this is what we came up with, and it's really not a far throw from the pain pens. I'll go through its construction and how it was produced in a few minutes. Just go over it very briefly. What we did is we took two coils and we nano coated them, which I'll show you the process that we did with that. It's a little different. So it's two coils with 18 wines, and we did the trident star formation at the bottom with the points, and there's a stylus in the middle, which gives us our third point around the quartz crystal. And I put a little bit of GANs, some herbal concoction that I came up with, and I'll tell you about how that worked when we're ready to do the testimonials, or I can start explaining now, or would you like to see how it was built?
Show us how it's built and then.
Okay. What we did, we think we may have come up with a new way to nano coat and produce the GANs. Let me show you what we did. What I'm doing is I'm using copper wool. It's the copper Chore Boy scouring pads that they sell. And what we're doing is we're nano coating these, and they come out pitch black. And the good thing about this way is, as Mike has mentioned is the surface to volume ratio seems to be greater than that of the copper plates. I noticed when I was doing the copper plates making the GANs that the nano would sometimes kind of slide off and run down. And with this, if I can show you a picture here, is the way, let me get that shot up here. This is the way that the GANs comes off the coils. It comes off in a cloud, and it's really beautiful to watch. And we have found, now this will produce close to 1 inch of GANs on the bottom. This is seawater in here. And I've got about 90 to 100 millivolts at about 1.2, 1.4 volts with a zinc plate. And over here, I've got some brass, which I can go into in a couple of minutes. And basically, yeah, what we did, we took the shiny Chore Boy scrub pad here. You can pretty much pick it up anywhere. And through that treatment, it comes out like that. And then what we did is took the we took the coils here. Let me show you a quick picture of the way that we're doing. This is the way we're doing the coils. We're doing a steam pressure cook. And in this particular picture, they've been through one 4 to 5 hour pressure cook, and there's still just a little bit of copper showing on some of them. So we dip them back. I mean, we put them back and steamed them again, and they came out nice and shiny black here. And this is what they look like with 18 turns. Now, after these were nano coated, I took the large coil and I swirled it in the CO2 GANs to let it dry. I took the inner coil into the CU, and with the stylus, I dipped it in this solution here. I'm sorry, this solution here, which I'm calling the honey. And this is one of my my favorite GANs. It kind of has a mind of its own. It seems to be defying gravity almost here. It's kind of leaning to one side. It will shoot up occasionally, kind of wander around and come back, like almost like it's trying to escape. So that's in this jar here. So after they were coated, and the stylus was coated with this here, after they were coated, while they were drying, just about before they were dry, we put a voltmeter on them and was reading the discharging, bleeding, and reading the voltage. And I was putting the negative down on this end with the positive here. I wasn't switching polarities, just my intuition says it might mess up the way it's being structured. So I kept my meter leads the same on all of them with the negative at the point. And while they were drying is when I did that. And I was reading up to 100, sometimes 120 and higher millivolts. Just off these coils just sitting here while they were drying. So that was pretty interesting. And then we assembled them in the tube. Let me get a picture here. Now we do have some very nice engineering drawings done by Robert of the actual construction. It might be a little easier to understand. He drew those according to the specs of the one I built. If that's a little easier for you. Not too complicated with the twisted ends at the top. Just a pretty straightforward device. But the key is the delivery system. And that is what I would like to go over. Mr. Keshe, I heard your beginning talk there, and that was quite inspiring. And I believe with this delivery system, putting the tube into the water and consuming it, we can turn ourselves into the alchemical gold from the inside out. It's amazing, Mr. Keshe, what you have brought to this world. Let me just share my experience with this. First, I'm a hypoglycemic diabetic. If I miss a meal during the day, it's really bad news for me. Bad headaches, confusion, things of that nature. After I made the pen, I consumed the water and just wasn't hungry and just went with it and didn't eat. And I didn't eat for the rest of the day. And I usually have a snack at night, sugary, to keep my glucose up while I sleep. I didn't feel I needed that, so I didn't do that. The next morning, I had a cup of coffee, no breakfast, and lunchtime, I forgot I had a lunch date, and I had some fish, a little bit of rice. And for the next 2 days, that was on Saturday, and on Tuesday evening, I finally said, I should probably eat, and you get such an upliftment from this. What I think is happening is it's energizing the plasma in my blood, and it's sending it directly into my brain, of course. And it's hard to explain the feeling, but the closest I can come is about a pot of coffee, but without any of the effects of jittering and nervousness and things like that. I had energy to clean the garage, rearrange the furniture in my bedroom, walk through Lowe's, which I'm usually leaning on a shopping cart halfway through. I'm just walking along like, normal. And that was without food. That was after 3 days without food. So I have proven it beyond any doubt to myself. Now, others may have different reactions. Everybody's a little different. A diabetic might take this and drink the water and wind up carrying something else he wasn't even aware of. I suppose that's possible. Anything really is possible. Just one more testimony. The lunch date that came over, an old friend of mine, he's 83 years old. He's also a diabetic, and he saw my glass of water and he goes, "What's that?" So I explained it to him, and he goes, "Well, can I try it?" He's quite an adventurous guy. And I said, sure, it's not exactly tested yet, but I'm having very good results with it. So sure, I expect only good from it. So he drank 2 glasses of the glass you see on your screen. That was on a Saturday. And he has to take his medication daily to keep his levels down, especially first thing in the morning. He's been doing that for about 10 to 12 years now. And I talked to him on Wednesday, and he said he hadn't taken his medication since Saturday, since the day he drank the water. And I just went, what? Because I wasn't aware at that time it could be used for lowering the glucose levels or bringing them back to normal. So that was just a very pleasant, unexpected side effect, which turned out wonderful. And my levels are fine. Energy busting through the roof. If there's any questions I can answer, I'd be more than happy to.
What are those crystals in the tube?
Well, that's my tube. I put the quartz crystal. There's topaz, tourmaline, rose quartz. That's about it.
Could we have a copy of the blueprint to be added to the blueprint page, please?
I sure will, sir. Absolutely. And I'll go ahead and include these done by Robert.
Please.
Okay.
let me explain this. That it's the first time we see the 3-pin base, and at the same time, different people use different ganses. You better give the detail of your honey pot. Maybe you're taking the energy from the honey pot, which is nano-coated. So in a way, you have replaced the energy in a plasma condition. And this is more or less if you can give the direct life and the body can learn over time that it does not need it. Maybe that is the honey which in a way it transfers the energy of itself to the structure of your body.
It could be, and it's actually an exotic herb that's in Africa. That I'm sorry.
Can you explain to us how you made that?
Well, I was going to explain that the ingredients in that, I would like to, if I could, forward those to you instead of.
Explain to us now. It has to be done. We are a public teaching. Explain to us what you've done, please. You have all the time in the world.
Okay. Okay, I was going to send that to you, but.
Oh, you still send it to us. There's no problem.
Okay.
It is so it'll go on a blueprint.
Oh well, you want the actual recipe?
Of course. We don't like the color of your eyes. You think you're here for that?
I'm all to share it, Mr. Keshe, but I'm just I'm concerned about certain folks hearing about this.
Doesn't matter. We are stronger than ever. Those folks who are worried about it, that's their problem from today.
Okay, Mr. Keshe. There could be in this country, yes.
Pardon?
Yes, Rick.
There are what?
Some legal thing, that's what I had in mind.
Okay.
I can tell you the process, Mr. Keshe, of what I did.
Please, we need the process.
Absolutely, sir. And you can do this with many herbs, not just this particular one. I've heard people. Anyway, what I did, sir, was I took this herb, and it's not the herb that nobody's ever heard of this, probably except you, Mr. Keshe, because you mentioned it in one of your teachings. It starts with an I, and you know this well. What I did was I made a tea bag.
What is the I?
Iboga. Okay, so what I did is I put it in.
What is that? Can you explain to us what it is?
Yeah, Mr. Keshe, let me explain. Of course, Iboga is a African root, which is used by shamans in Africa for psychedelic therapeutical, especially against addiction, is 90% effectivity rate, and it's highly useful and effective for a lot of things.
Like what?
Addiction, that's for sure, and a lot of other.
To recover from addiction or to make
totally recover, like totally.
So the reason I accepted this presentation before mine, because when we received this the original communication from Ireland, was that it can help with the recovery from addiction.
Yes, sir.
And that's why we brought this out. That's why I allowed you to come on, not only for diabetic, but for addiction reserve.
And I am so excited about this, Mr. Keshe. If I could explain a little further, I went down to Costa Rica years ago. I've been studying this and experimenting for years. And I went down to Costa Rica and worked with the shaman for a couple of weeks. And I saw firsthand heroin addicts cold turkey taking this substance. It's a tree bark is what it is. It's tree bark, like penicillin. And they took this, they had no withdrawal symptoms, and they walked out of there after a week, happy, smiling, no pain, no misery, just glad to be alive and with a spiritual enhancement. They were in touch with their inner self, and just life was good for them. So, and I saw that with several severe cases. They just walked out just fine. And that's one of the reasons I am so excited about this, is because it does work.
In your email to me, you mentioned this, and that's why we would like to go in deep detail. There is a problem, a huge problem with addiction around the world.
Yes, sir.
Especially
Yes.
your part of the world. It's your responsibility now that you can save a life of a man by drinking water from this and bring a lot of families into misery, to disclose it fully.
It'd be my dream.
So carry on. You have the whole day. Explain
Okay.
to us how you do it, the way you do it.
I'm sure it needs some refinement, but this is the way I made
doesn't
my.
matter, people will do it. And
I know they will. Yes.
if it
Okay.
means that we can produce this in South America by the South American Keshe Foundations to export to the rest of the world, that it can help, it is the right way to do it.
Absolutely.
The only people who suffer with this is the presidents and the kings who benefit by the drug trafficking.
Absolutely.
Like it, but so that's their problem, not ours.
Absolutely.
I think you make a very big hole in the pocket of the Queen of England with this.
Also,
they control most of the drug trafficking in Central East Asia.
Oh my gosh.
The money for the monarchy comes from, as you know, Afghanistan has been used heavily by the British government for promotion of drugs. That's how they did in Helmand area in Afghanistan. They brought the Chinese into their knees in last century. And this century they're using again Helmand area for the same purpose, for bringing drugs into Middle East and the rest of the world to control. The purpose of the war in Afghanistan was not Islamic, was to repossess the Helmand area to control the most of the world through the drugs, through the British monarchy. We've seen it working. That's how they got the Hong Kong. They brought the Chinese to their knees with the drug. So maybe with what you're offering, so offer a solution to world people that they can plant as much as they like, and a glass of water can reverse it. So what you're teaching is more than what I teach, because you solve the problem for centuries for man, which the British found a way to finance their operations. So you have all the time. Explain it thoroughly.
Wow. Okay. Yes. Well, the way I was doing it was I made a tea bag like out of a coffee filter, in which I placed the bark into the container, and I hung it down about here in the GAN solution, and let it sit there for about 4 hours. And I could see it traveling out of the filter. I could see brown particles mixing. Some type of absorption, like Solvay coagula, something like that, coagulating down here with the GANs, and it had little brown particles. I don't know if you can see them in the glass, but I guess not. But here's a couple other little items. You just pop these in a sport bottle.
No, go back to where.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Okay, let me get back here. And it just seemed to work fabulous that way. I washed it. Now, washing in alchemy is quite important. And I'm assuming the number of times, like 3, 6, and 9, is always recommended. I've been doing it a minimum of 3 and about 6 times. I believe I did the one in my pen about 6 times.
What do you mean by 6 times? What did you do?
I washed it. I took the GANs out. of the container. I poured it into a jar, and I let it sit for about a day and a half until everything settles on the bottom. And then I suck the excess water off the top of the solution, all the water, until it's down to about maybe an eighth or a quarter of an inch above the actual solution at the bottom, the GANs. And then I take distilled water and I swirl it around. Not too violent, but I swirl it around. And I watch things settle, and I let it sit for another day. I take that water out the same way with a hypodermic, a turkey baster usually works good, and repeat that process 3 to 6 times, and that's the washing that you do to get it purified and to get all of the gross material out that might be left. And it comes out very, very clean. And then after that, let me see if I can get the picture of, after, well, where was the other picture? After it came out, it looked like that.
So repeat the process. You took the bark of the tree or the root.
It's the outside bark, correct?
Outside bark.
Yes.
So you placed it in a tea bag and you put it while the CO2 was getting produced with the copper and a zinc in the container.
That's correct. Because I was figuring during that process, the information, the actual information was being transferred also.
Mm-hmm.
That was my intuition, so to speak, is that all the information will travel and get accumulated and be transferred into the test tube. And
okay, let me ask a question. We have people
Sure.
from which country did you go to get the bark, or where can you get this bark?
It's a small country in Africa called Gabon.
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 Where else do you get it from?
That's the only place I know of. There's tribes there that that's their. It's very celebrated through all the tribes in Western Africa. So
okay.
if you're adventurous, you can search online.
Okay, wait, hold on. Is Alex online? Alex, you're there?
Alex is there. He's just not unmuted yet. Alex, can you hear us?
I was talking to him this morning. He was online. Where can you get this material easily in the West?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, can I show you? I have it here with me. It's a powder. It's a powder. You can get it legally in Austria.
Okay. Listen, two of you, both Armin and Kevin. Is Renan online? Renan, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay. Let's put a team together. This is our responsibility. Now, if this is correct and what we've seen works, I don't say if, it looks like it is working. Can we put a test trial in Philippines and you three get together with the innovation team in the Philippines and produce something like 100 units of these, very urgent, and send it across the Keshe Foundation contacts around the world, and let it be tested with the drug addicts and people with a diabetic.
Okay, sir.
Kevin, can you provide that to Renan?
Well, I can get it here. The other question is, I mean, can we send this to Philippines?
Is the legal... Pardon? Hello?
Right. Illegal some places. There are other herbs and stuff that are very similar though. Ayahuasca, which is made of 2 mallow root and mallow bark, and the
Who's
ayahuasca.
speaking?
Robert Stubblefield, Utah.
Hi, Robert. Yeah.
There are other ways. Even the San Pedro cactus has small amounts of the compound.
Okay, let's solve the biggest problem for humanity. Now we found the solution to it, most probably. First of all, they don't need to drink it. We can just produce these pens and just give it to countries which are heavily what I call loaded by the nations to drain the finances from them. I'm sure we can get the support of the Iranian government. I'll speak to the Iranian leadership in transferring some of these pens for tests in Tehran. We can literally take them in immediately. We give the full support from the Iranian government in that respect. What I would like you to do is to develop as many as these pens, and any of you who are listeners and you have access to these, and give it to the people who are drug addicts. And it's just a pin in the glass of water can change the life of a lot of people. The drug addicts don't suffer themselves, it's their families which pay for it. The children, their wives, the mothers who brought up these youngsters, and what I call the dragons of the money, which sits in the kingships, have supported it to control. So if any of you have access to this, follow the blueprint, which is, I think this is more important than what we're going to show or teach today. Use this and report it back on the testimonial. Renan, take Armand as part of the innovation team and let's work it out.
Yes, sir.
And let's see how we can change this, if it can be changed. Any of you who have and understood, we're going to spend a lot of time on this today, that we understand the process, report back to us. How long did it take Armand to see the result?
Well, let's see. From do you mean like just the GANs or the whole process?
The whole process from the time you drank it and you saw the result.
Oh my goodness. Geez. Less than an hour. Less than an hour. I felt more alert. I felt like I had the energy of a couple of cups of coffee without the coffee. Appetite was gone. Well, not gone, but I just wasn't hungry. You know, I was gone. And the rest of the day, I flew through it. It was marvelous. So about an hour, yeah.
Okay. This, what you see, can affect the drug addicts and diabetics.
One thing, Mr. Keshe, with the diabetics, in case there's some listening out there, they be cautioned because you still need to check your levels and still have plenty of food around. So,
yes,
you know.
yes, I know, fully understood.
Yes, I just wanted to share that.
We do not say we have found the solution.
No, I just wanted to share
it to be tested, that's for other people to share.
Thank you.
This is what is important. That's why when I saw your email a few days ago, I said to Armand, this has power, we got to talk. We have another situation which hopefully will bring it on if we can get into it with one of the Keshe Foundation supporters or people who support us has lost a finger. I will try to test the first time the growth of the finger with him within the next day or two if we can get access to it. So we spread the knowledge and the technology very rapidly in that way. Today is end of the teaching. I'll explain to you how to build these units for regrowth and give it freely to the hospitals to follow the procedure. This is part of the blueprint. If I forget, remind me. The process please go in fine detail. We have all the time. Explain to us step by step how and what you've done, the rest of it, please.
Okay. Let me look at the pictures here. Well, I'm really fairly excited about this process here too. I think this may add something to, every little bit adds to the whole. And I think with the scour pad that it could be a better finish. I'm just guessing, could be a better finish on the coils because they did come out looking fantastic. That's not a great shot, but
Well, did you use a steam casting
yes, I did.
for the wires as well?
Yes. Uh-huh. Oh, no, not for the white, not for the coils. No, I used, let me get that back up here. I used the steam cooker.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I used for the coils.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so this here was for the, for producing the GANs.
The GANs.
So this is what I put in the coffee filter.
We have this in the lab in Valletta. We bought this. We have a few of these. We know what it is.
Okay.
We have them. Okay, let me explain something to you very interesting. Now you open this. This is part of the blueprint teaching. If we have Yukoko from Japan, who was with the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers, we built these scars, this, what do you call it, the sponges, and it was sent to Tokyo with Yukoko for help in Fukushima. If you go back on the Fukushima teaching, you see these sponges in the stainless tubes. They were woven and stuck together. These meshes, copper wire meshes, which is used for cleaning, have a lot of properties for disinfectant and cleaning of waters. This is part of the blueprint teaching that you understand. When you nanocoat these things and you can put them 3 or 4 of them together, we have a picture somewhere in the teachings. Arman has taken the pictures of it. Arman was in the background, it should be able to show us. When you cross contaminated material through these sponges, they have a ability to clean up, or in a way they don't clean up, they release the energy that it transfers the binding energy between the germs and the molecular structure of any other element. So in a way you dilute it and you find out they can be used for disinfecting and in a way for water decontamination. This has been used successfully by TEPCO in Japan for decontamination from high level radiation. We gave it to them. We supplied it to them. It was made by Arwen and Marco in the lab, and the Japanese took it in and they tested it. That was part of the success. If you go back into the teaching of when Yukoko, our dearest friend, was in Japan and she went to test, she showed it in part of the thing we tested it. These copper sponges have a lot of usage in plasma technology for a rapid conversion. With a pin, you are very limited with the surface. This thing creates a huge surface area and creates, if one of you could take pictures of it, it creates a huge atmosphere or a ball of plasma. It has a huge what I call atmospheric gravitational magnetic field around it, and in the center of it, it literally behaves like Earth. You can crush it into literally a sphere, and you get the behavior of a plasma in a very easy way, especially for disinfection. So if in a blueprint, add this mesh, and I'm sure he's got some pictures on his package. If he's in the background, is Arman still awake? Or we still don't see him?
I tried calling him Mr. Keshe, but he doesn't.
No, I think he was waiting. Is Sylvester on the line?
Hello.
Yes,
Hi, Sylvester.
this
Is
is
Armand with
Sylvester.
you, or do you know?
I am here.
Armand?
Armand, yes. This is Armand.
No, Armand.
Oh,
Armand.
okay.
Keshe Foundation Armand. Because I know they're more or less all together in one area.
He was awake, sir. I had hit him, or I had contacted him on Skype, and he was awake. I don't know if he is now.
Is any of the Keshe
Armand is
Foundation?
here with me.
Hi, Armand. Hello. Armand Gerlen, where are you?
Here. Hello?
Hello.
I'm here, Mr. Keshe. I'm looking for it.
Ah, okay. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, yes, definitely. I made them.
These copper sponges, you can put this as part of the blueprint section if you give it to Vince to put in that lock. These copper wires create a beautiful condition for creation of the free plasma for disinfectant. What's this one?
That's Mike's coffee pot. I'm sorry, sir. Just thought we might like to see that. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. We wait when Armand finds out, because we've seen we use this copper sponges before. They have a special property and they've been used, yeah, copper scrubbers. These are used, we use them extensively in Fukushima. They create a very good condition for absorption of the especially high level radiation. If you have poison contamination, this is one of the answers to it. If you have river contamination, you can use these sponges for rapid clearing up. What you will see, the salt of the river will create with the metals which are suspended in the water of the river. It could be any kind of like silver contamination, mercury contamination. They create a gas which neutralizes the poisoning of the rivers. It's extremely effective. So,
Mr.
Work,
Keshe?
will it work for the problem that we're
Yes.
having in Michigan right now?
pardon?
Will it work for the state of emergency they're having with lead in Michigan right now?
You mean in Flint? Yes.
Yes, that's correct. I really want to help the people there. I'm
I
searching for
know we have advised how to do it. The way to overcome the situation in Flint, as we have given you, we have forwarded a solution to the people who ask for help, and we try to get in touch with the governor of the state, because the President Obama, His Excellency President Obama, has declared a state of emergency in Flint, and the Marines are there to support, and they have changed back because of the lead contamination in the pipes. If any of you have access to the governor's office, all you need to do with them is to create the GANs of copper. And you need the GANs of copper, the GANs of CO2, and the GANs of what you call CH3. And these, the waters it can be poured in gallons of water, wait for about an hour, 2 hours, and the water becomes drinkable most of the time. The lead will interact with the copper and copper oxide GANs, and it goes down as a sediment. And the water on top should be totally clear. You can use these sponges for decontamination in by passing the water through it. It works. Let me explain to you. You all know this technology. They all understand. You know, you go to the shops and you buy these water filters, which has got a chalk and it's got the different kind of stones and minerals put in there that As the water goes through it, it gets cleaned up. That's a matter state cleaning. When you use these kind of sponges, you go into the plasma cleaning. It's a huge difference. So as the salt water goes, maybe you have to re-nano coat the sponges every now and then, for as they lose most of their system. But as we've seen with the teaching of a couple of last week from the Innovation Center, where they showed you how copper wires were changing the acidic water to alkaline. This is what this copper sponge will do. And because the water changes from acidic to alkaline, it loses all its damage power in the body of the man. This is what happens. So if you have cancer, you can put this sponge, let the water go through it, change the water from acidic to alkaline, the same way as you've done. And this will create a water, when you drink it, that it reverses the cancer. Some of the cancers can be handled with this. Because if you go to one of the most successful people who have reversed cancer, they give you carbonate soda, bicarbonate soda. Because everybody says it does this. All bicarbonate does in the stomach of the man, it changes the acidity of the stomach to alkaline. And change of the cells to a permanent cells for the heavy elements to gather to coagulate does not exist to lead to creation of the cancer cell when is in the tumor condition. So if you understand how to use these sponge bowls in a very effective way, in the long term, is a solution for the conversion of acidic to alkaline. But at the same time, because of the gravitational magnetic field of the copper, which sees to the attachment of the physicality of the man through his neural system, it informs the neural system in a balanced condition that will not accept attachment, or what you call cancer. This is how it works. It works in a total plasma condition. So those of you who are afraid to have to might grow cancer or might have cancer, with the simple usage of these copper wire meshes, where water can go through it and you let it settle and you just only drink the top, you can disinfect most of the rivers which are contaminated with all kind of poisons. You have to allow the sediment. The water on top will be clear to drink. Copper oxide and CO2 have the capability. At this moment, we have Benjamin in Ghana, who have the state laboratories have started testing of the water. Do we see Benjamin online?
No, I don't see him online. I don't see him in the viewers.
Maybe he doesn't have the internet connection. So we know this fully. You can put this sponge as part of the blueprint. Arman, have you managed to find it in your files?
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
this is Francois from Quebec.
Hello, Francois.
Hello.
I can get those one very easily anywhere here in Quebec at the dollar store. You can buy them very cheap, and I have a place where I can order it in the box. I've been buying them for 600 a box. You can buy them in the copper. You can have the stainless steel and also brass.
Are you sure it's not copper-plated steel?
Well, you need the copper one.
Yep, you can get them as well.
That it's not copper-plated steel, because they have a lot of copper-plated steel ones at the dollar store, I've noticed, and I've bought some of them. If you use a magnet, you can tell if the magnet sticks to them, then it's wrong. So
I can do the test. I can do the test if you want it.
yeah, sure.
But I use them to make the ends all the time, so I know it works.
Yeah, it'll work until the copper coating comes off, and then you're into the steel. Then you'd have a different kind of GANs.
Mm-hmm. I'll make the test. I'll let you know.
Okay, because I have a whole box of both the copper plated steel. There's zinc ones as well, stainless steel, and then of course the plastic ones.
Let me explain to you. At the moment, companies like Samsung run a heavy program for desalination of the seawaters at a very expensive cost. You can use these sponges for desalination. If you're going anywhere, you can carry them. Most of the diseases cannot stand. It's a repulsion of the heavy elements from this. In the nuclear system, which is used in Fukushima, there is accident. There is an accident at the moment in Argentina. Am I correct, Caroline? With the rivers, which is expanded with killing the animals, with the mercury in the water. In this area, if you got the Keshe Foundation supporters there, if you add the sponge as it is now, nano coated, add a CH2 into the mercury because it's causing a lot of problems. I think it is in Argentina, where a dam has broken, where it was used for gold or that kind of refining. The river has brought a lot of mercury down. If you add this copper sponge or produce a nano coated and then use a copper oxide sponge, use the mercury, and hopefully in the condition of the system of the process of conversion, in the mercury, if has come in contact with the any radioactive material which usually carries around this material is decaying, you will find out most of your mercury will change into gold. This is how we advise the Japanese government, TEPCO, to convert all the tritium containers in collecting gold. Because when you add mercury, which is a contaminant, with the presence of gamma, alpha and beta radiation, in the process of additional energy and the presence of more or less beta radiation, you will find out that the mercury converts its composition to the state of the plasma of gold, and you literally produce gold. This is the new way of alchemy to produce gold. This has been the dream of governments and people who wanted to produce gold. This is how we advise TEPCO, and that's why TEPCO kicked a lot of people who were supporting Keshe Foundation and with the work with the Keshe Foundation, because we told you from every tank they can produce up to 50 kilos of gold. What do? You spread copper oxide with CH3 and CO2 with mercury into the tank. And what you get at the bottom is the sediment of gold. Because this is the only way you can convert the radioactive material to make it neutral. So, as I said, today is a teaching. So we open a lot of books. Those of you who were wondering why TEPCO reacted in such a way is because they have managed, and they manage now, to convert most of the radiation tanks into gold if they can clean it up. So with this sponge in front of you, and you can put this sponge in a contaminated water, if I'm correct, it is Argentina who the dam was broken with a lot of mercury contamination. Don't forget we have a heavy mercury contamination in Russia and ex-communist nations, because they were never taken in account of. There is heavy mercury river contamination in China. Maybe Chinese Keshe Foundation can start and test. The mercury can be changed into gold. This has been the dream of alchemists. Now you know the solution. You need a material like a tritium that it releases radioactive material. that the radiation from it in conjunction with mercury will convert we add an extra neutron to mercury, and in division of the plasma it will change the gold. So in so many ways you create gold, and then gold stays as one of the best disinfectants. It's in the plasmatic condition, it can be used, and it behaves as a disinfectant. You literally change it and you receive a totally decontaminated water to drink. You can put this as part of the blueprint in how to produce gold, and a lot of you can test it. And if you get it the right way, especially in the conditions of radioactive and mercury contamination, you can change the position. In so many ways, when you have any biochemical effect radiation, or nuclear radiation, or biochemical interaction, one of the best solutions for it is combination of CO2 and copper oxide gas. You need to add a combination of CH3 to it, that it gives the energy to support the body to go through the crisis. This is important. This is part of the teaching. Don't forget, we keep on telling you, we are not here for human race on this planet. We are here to take man into space. But at this moment in time, we have to be showing, and we have to be there to support a lot of problems which has been created in the past. We're cleaning up the desk. So in what you have shown today, we opened a lot of knowledge. A lot of people who have metal contamination in the land, this is one of the ways to clean up. What you do, this is what we advise. If you go back, if you never understood what happened in Fukushima, we added water. It was a moisture when it went to the machine. And when it came out, I asked them to check for the gold content. In contaminated lands, copper oxide is one of the best solutions of decontamination. But what you have to do, you have to liquidify it. You have to put moisture into it, that it becomes, that it can reach every cell. Decontamination is one of the biggest problems. We were going to disclose this in next week or the week after in Blueprint for Decontamination and Agriculture. The reason I put agriculture in the back end, because in the space we don't need to grow anything. Agriculture does not exist. It's like the religion. It's never heard of. So it's the same as money, as I was explaining recently. These three things don't exist in the space. At the same time, you got to understand how at this moment we can change the things just been the what I call cause of a lot of harm into a very mutual effective way to convert to harmless situations. This copper sponge, the way it sits, it can change a lot. I have collaborated with TEPCO on this, and we can tell you exactly how they were so angry that it was disclosed. You got to understand, usually every gram of gold dug out of the ground is registered, bought and certified. Now, Japanese government has access to tons of gold without the registration, out of fresh air. And this was not supposed to be done. It's become part of the national assets of the nation without ever showing the gold existed. If you have heavy contamination, heavy radiation contamination, you will see the change. If you remember, we spoke last Thursday, in respect to breath. One of the ways that the body rejects radiation from the body of the man is by drinking CO2, water. It absorbs, it neutralizes, and in the process, because he was using the CO2 GANs, inevitably there are some copper oxide, because you produce CO2 in the presence of copper, nanocoated material, and zinc. So you always have the plasmatic energy field of the copper within the CO2. And when they drink it, when you drink it, it brings immunity to the system, because the body rejects it in a way of dissolution. It dissolves it. Is breath online? Can we see him, or is he still sleeping?
No, he's there. Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, Brad, would you like, because you explained it to the American last time you fell asleep, can you explain to us what happened to you, please?
Yeah, just a second. There's a plane flying over.
Be careful, they're not listening to you. It
Don't
could be
worry
your good friends.
Basically, I got really, really sick, and I was about dead.
Tell us how you got sick. I have to tell you, Brad is not an American agent. I put it for him, but he can explain it himself, what happened and how he became to be contaminated.
I was living in Turkey, and then I went to Iraq for a while, and I drank some water from a natural spring or whatever it is, and didn't think anything of it. And then when I was in Dubai, I got really, really ill. Didn't know what was going on.
Can I rephrase or add to a knowledge question?
Yeah, sure.
Did you come into contamination with a military hardware while you were there?
No, I didn't. But I mean, there's military everywhere, so it's. I mean, there's buildings that are blown up, everything. So it's not unusual.
So you were not part of a group who were investigating nuclear material, depleted uranium, or handling nuclear, what do you call it, radioactive, what do you call it, biochemical warfare of, what do you call it, Saddam time. You were just a passenger through the space.
Yeah.
Okay. And so what happened?
So I got really, really sick. I couldn't eat any food. I was throwing up, and then about I don't know, maybe over a month after living in Dubai, I fell on the floor and just started throwing up blood. And so I went to the hospital. Well, before that, you had me make some different GANS mixtures with water and drink it every so often to help me. And as soon as I drank it was very, very fast. I saw the effects, because before I couldn't talk, I couldn't type. My mind was all scrambled. It was horrible. But it definitely helped me get better.
Okay. The guy who helped you, who stood by you all the time, you taught him how to make things.
Yeah, I was teaching him how to make nanomaterials and various
He's a
GANs.
very nice guy.
Yes.
And the doctor who helped you to survive.
Yeah. Have you met with him yet there or no?
You can thank him.
All right. I'll test the gold too. The gold making the new one. I'll tell you more.
Hi, Brad. This is Dr. Paris. I'm enjoying the live show with Mr. Keshe personally.
Hello.
Good to hear your voice, my friend.
You too. Thank you for your help also. Dr.
It's a pleasure.
Dr. Parvis owns a clinic there with technologies and alternative sciences that help me also heal.
Thank you for introducing us all to Keshe Foundation. We really appreciate this opportunity.
My pleasure.
I hope to see you, my friend, very soon. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
As we said, we have moved the Keshe Foundation headquarters as an international organization into Dubai. And we are collecting a team of scientists, elite scientists around the world to establish the world government. And Dr. Paris is part of the structure for setting up the hospital organization in Dubai as part of the structure for all diseases. I advised Dr. Paris when Brad was critically ill in how and what it is and how it's got contaminated. This is known as what we call microbiochemical nuclear viruses. And this is one of the biggest problems in the future. Half of the American soldiers which leave Iraq come down with these kind of diseases, suicidal or die of unknown diseases. This is done because they come in contact unknowingly with chemical warfare which Saddam used. Don't forget, he did the same with the Iran border wars. And this time the Americans, being moving from different part of the locations of Iraq, they come across both what we call depleted nuclear warheads and the chemical warheads which was used by Saddam against the Kurds. And Brad went through this process and he crossed it. And in that process, it got contaminated both ways. So
These
you are,
things, these elements that you get exposed to, they can make you go insane. It transfers a level of energy to your body that most people can't handle it. If I wasn't used to handling some of these higher energy levels, I would have totally went insane. I mean, it can make you suicidal, put it that way.
so how are you feeling today? You're still alive.
Yeah, I'm perfect now.
But, we went through a lot with Brett trying to find a solution for him. But we met Thomas a couple of nights ago. He was surprised we are in the way. So if you are from Emirates, invite your government for collaboration. We already met with what do you call it, with the people who think it might make a change, and there are people who are working in the background to make the change. So what it matters, we've shown it works. The clear with what do you call it, testimonial with this Brad's thing there. If you know American soldiers who are suffering from return from the wars with all the diseases that the American military cannot find a solution for, American hospitals cannot find a solution for. These are fathers, these are daughters, these are sons of families, and the whole family suffers with them. Offer them a cup made of cans of copper, CO2 and CH3. You will see them changing. They'll go back to normality. This copper oxide will support the structure of the physicality. The CO2 will support the mental state, because most of the time we carry some zinc with it. And thirdly, CH3 gives the energy to the cells of the understanding of the emotion. You'll walk your American soldiers out of disease within days. I thank you, Armin, for opening the door. I needed an excuse to release knowledge, and you gave me the floor for it. In so many ways, whether we are on the juncture of two ways. Do we use vaccines or do we use injections? Do we build vaccines for viruses? Or do we give people who are contaminated by any kind of disease or viruses drinking water from the cups? The solution can be both ways. We can use it as an injection or we can use it as a drinking. The solution is drinking. A lot of organization, World Health Organization has no credibility. They work in one direction, to satisfy the pockets of the investors in the Western world, not for the advantage of people. We delivered the solution for Ebola and E. coli to the Sierra Leonean government. The scientists working delivered the technology, were threatened, the equipments were taken by the World Health Organizations for the disease not to be controlled. In the conditions, especially in Saudi Arabia, where we have this SARS business with the camels, it's a flu, it's a virus. I met with a guy very recently who was involved in it. I'm sure he's listening. We are meeting in the next time, very shortly. The CO2 gas of copper oxide and CO2 and CH3 can reverse most of these diseases. You can give it to the animals, you can give it to the human race. Understanding that with the new understanding of the creation of the life on this planet, we are all 85–90% the same, because we all came from carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen and oxygen. So we are no different than a dog, a cat in this basic structure. So these copper oxides, these CO2s will affect. No one should die of flu. You can produce this in the right way. Some of you might not see results because you do not follow the pattern. Produce it the right way, mix it the right way, and you can use the water as serum. It's the way we just seen shown by Armand. The way you put the pen in the water, you create the position of the creation of the energy in the glass, in the water, that you can use as a serum. This is the new evolution in the world of health. You don't need to. You can wash your face with it. You get the contamination. You get all sorts of problems in contaminating, being contaminated even by chemicals. Just use the water to wash yourself with. In the process, you will change the condition. You balance the condition of the body, of the structure. Do not re-wash your hand again or your face or the contaminated area. Just soak it in and leave it, and you will see the process of the reversal. You can do the same with drinking the water. Do not ever touch or drink the gans itself. This is crucial. The way it's done and the way you've seen the pen we just shown that is released by Keshe Foundation, different type of pens, when you put them themselves, we made it out of plastic for this purpose that when we release it, people can use it. When you receive these pens, in most of the cases, just put it in a glass of water and see what it does for you. Does it solve your migraine? Does it solve your headache? Does it not just is there to release the external pain by just putting it there? It works the same if you drink the water when you leave the pen inside. This is a new way to overcome a lot of problems. In a space, we do not carry any medicine. Now you understand how. In a space, we do not carry any kind of food with us. Now you can see how. If you change the combination of the what I call the GANs in the system, you can receive all the energies you need from it. These sources are forever eternal. It does not change. Please, anybody who posts any email address, delete it and ban it from the sitting. I see people passing on. Be aware, the people who are sending you emails, please contact me. These are the people who are virusing your computers. Do not respond to anyone who invites you. We've seen this done through Belgium and Germany. People, after the sessions, they dial the thing, the email which are sent. I've just seen people putting emails on the screen, and then they infest your computer. These are the enemies of the foundation. These are paid by the pharmaceuticals and the rest to disturb. Be very aware. Do not accept any email from anybody who just because they're on the foundation Facebook. These are paid to be here. We have number of names we can release who infected other computers. They come here deliberately. For every computer they infect, they get paid heavily for it to discredit them, to stop you from being around the foundation. We can release 2 or 3 names who done this job, and they don't exist. They end up in the agencies in Brussels and with the people in Germany. They are part of what I call Illuminatis. They're interfering with the work of the foundation because they know the time is over. I explained to you something very interesting. People of the red circles, as you know, in Antwerp and the others, are the agents of the governments. It's something very realization is when, before I returned from Tehran, I was told I have to go to the office of the Prime Minister of Belgium on my arrival. And strange enough, they did not inform me, they informed the red circle to do it. Strange enough, how could that be done? Unless the man sits within the structure of the Belgian government. So, we explain more to you. Please do not respond to anyone who gives you email or link on any of the teachings, unless you know them very well. They give you what is known as a broken link. Broken link is that they put a virus link into your email. You don't see the rest of it. It's written in a white ink, transparent ink. And then when you click it, it actually takes you directly into where download literally destroys your computer. It loads up a virus. So please be aware, anybody posts any email to you during the teachings, be it on open teaching or closed teaching, do not ever use it, because you don't see what they put on the back end of it. This is used heavily by the American Secret Service, especially in the embassies, what is known as a white sheet. You read, but amongst the lines, if you look, there's a big gap between the lines. In that line, they write their codes on the real message. If you change the transparency, you read the full message. So please don't put up any emails on the internet or on the Keshe Foundation teaching, and do not respond to it, because this is how they operate. It's heavily supported through the companies which are set in Belgium and the others. We do not mention them, we don't give them a ground for them to attack us, but you all know who they are and how they operate. We see 2 or 3 of them disappearing very quickly. Thank you very much. On the other hand, going back to the teaching, please understand something very simple. You can use not only metal. There are other materials in the nature, especially in Africa, that you can use which they have the same property as the copper for disinfection. In South America, there are materials like this available. Some of the roots will behave because they absorb and convert the energy of the plasma into the metal state of the copper plasmatic energy field. You got to realize how these systems work. Do not look at them as a matter state, but look at them as an energy transfer state. Try to test as many as you can and report it on the Keshe Foundation forum testimonial. We try to bring 2 or 3 organizations which are using testimonials that are collecting it to be linked to the Keshe Foundation that everybody can use. You don't need to look for them somewhere. You go to the Keshe Foundation, they'll be there. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, the new website, and the SSI Spaceship Institute has been released, if I'm correct. Am I correct, Vince?
Yeah, we have a notice under the website as well of our new sites. So you can go right to the Keshe Foundation and we have notices on there of what we have as new sites.
So we are separating different sections of the Keshe Foundation to what they are there for. Can you explain to us what they are? Which sites are we?
Let me just get the other mic unmuted here. So we use the KFSSI as the new education portal. We have the spaceshipinstitute.org as the spaceship section of the Keshe Foundation, and also the Keshe Foundation site itself. But we do have the Blueprint site, our support site, which now includes support for the education section as well, and the testimonial site. That's up there.
Are they all linked to the Keshe Foundation mainframe?
Yes, under the home button, you have the ability to go to each individual site, no matter where you are.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Okay, sorry, Armand. Carry on, at least we get enlightened. If you're still awake. Hello? Is Armand asleep or is still with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just had to unmute him there. No problem.
Okay.
Just before you go, I ask, is Armand, have you found the pictures yet? Hello? Armand is in the United States and Armand is in Barletta, or somewhere in Barletta in Italy. Armand, but he still got the jet lag of Florida. He just arrived, so it's middle of the night for him.
Or they could be trying to scramble to find the mute button. Sylvester, is Armand still with you?
Yes, I am here.
Have you found it?
No, but I have another USB stick, so I will look up.
Who's got? If you got the Fukushima videos of Yukoko, showed it in Fukushima. We can take a photo pictures of that. Does anybody have it? Is Mark online? Hello? Marco? Anybody in the institute? Who can we ask? Fabio or Giovanni in the center are online.
Hello. Yeah,
Who's
we are
that?
all here.
Okay, Marco, we have these sponges in the lab somewhere, do we? Or have they all gone to Japan?
Okay, we will go downstairs and see where they are.
Please, then we can show it.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay, carry on, please.
What we also have that might be of interest is a similar coil to these in the smaller bottles. And it's got this is the nano coated. It has 18 turns. It's identical to this, except smaller. It has the collection of your favorite crystals or stones at the bottom. And I included a little bit of the the honey GANs mixed with the CO2.
Can you spell this material which you just told us that people can do?
IBOGA. OGA.
OGA.
Yes.
We had Robert telling us another components. Robert, could I explain? Can you spell those that is they're looking for?
Sure. Ayahuasca, AYAHUASCA, I believe.
Slow. Start again.
I apologize. Ayahuasca, AYAHUASCA. There are a couple of different spellings for it, so you'll want to search, but it will come up. It's a mix between malo to soften the effects on the stomach, and the root. Also, since I'm on, I want to, if anybody is in Flint, Michigan or near there, if they can send me a sample of the water, just get in touch with me on my Facebook. I would really like to take responsibility for this as Americans and to help to take care of the situation.
You're in California.
I'm in Utah.
You're in Utah.
But okay. Another way to get that same DMT molecule is through San Pedro cactus. You have to boil it and prepare it. The instructions are online. You'll be able to find them, but that is a source which is available everywhere pretty much, and it's not illegal.
Can you spell it, please?
Yes, San, S-A-N space Pedro cactus, C-A-C-T-U-S.
And how do you do it? Please explain.
Okay, there are certain parts that you will use. You'll cut it, you'll boil it, take the remnants that are left after boiling, and you'll be able to boil them down again and make a stronger mix or a stronger serum of this.
So then you can nano coat your wires with it and put it in a glass, and hopefully you can use this as an anti-drug.
Exactly. Yeah. There are so many uses for these kinds of things: depression, PTSD, and all of the devices that I've given out and that I'm using are working very well. Just to have that out there.
What are your devices? What are the devices you speak?
I've got everything made here and I'm using it. One thing that's been working really well for myself and my family is the pain pads for infection. I have a
CO2 touching the pad, touching the skin. On either side, I have a copper oxide over top of that one, and then I use the pen at the site of it over top of one of the pads, and so it provides a difference in the field through the pen, and it's working very, very well.
Okay, this part of the teaching, what you spoke about the use of the pen, we'll come to it in the blueprint, second part of the blueprint teaching, which will come from Philippines when we go into other section of the teaching.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And then also, you were talking about in one of them putting a coil and using the pen opposite of the coil to focus the fields with that, and that works very well as well. That's something that people can feel almost immediately. They actually feel the
Can you
fields.
go into detail, because then I explain this in another part of the teaching today.
Yes, if I were using my hand, I would put the coil on the back side of my hand, and then the pen would be on the front side of my hand, say, and just opposite of one another, so that your skin and your hand would be between the fields of the two. And I found that it's not always the strongest in the center of the coil. I don't know why, but moving
You mean
your
the
hand.
double coils?
Yes, that's correct. I don't turn them 90 degrees, obviously. I just have it straight up and down, laying there, connected to one of the battery capacitors, and then I use the pen opposite to that. And I use.
How long have you been using this?
2 weeks.
Okay. Robert is part of the group. You work with Renan, correct?
No, sir. I have not been contacted back by him.
Okay. It's very interesting. You will go into the teaching of the, what do you call it, the second part of the Keshe Foundation teaching today. And then I'll ask you if you can stay online and come online, because you can inspire a lot in what we are about to show.
Absolutely. Anything
do not go anywhere. Stay there, because then we can go further with this. Armand, can you carry on with what you showed us, what you do, and then we carry on?
Yes. Just one little footnote about the addiction department of the Iboga. It has been proven for a very long time to work its magic on specific opiates. I mean, specifically opiates. So the other herbs that were...
Explain for non-English speaking what opiates is, please.
Oh, okay. Opiates is what the heroin is derived from. It comes from the poppy plant. And that's in, like you mentioned, Afghanistan, Iraq. The CIA flies it over into this country, gets us addicted, sends us to jail, charges us a fortune, and keeps the money. But it's been known, like I mentioned previously, I've seen it with my own eyes, heroin addicts coming in and leaving completely cured without any of the awful misery of the withdrawals. And it was just unbelievable. I didn't think it could happen. I mean, in the most extreme cases. So I just wanted to put that out there. That I both.
So in a way, your pen, the same structure as you've done, can be used for reversal of the heroin addiction.
I believe it can, yes.
I think you brought the United Kingdom kingship down in one stroke.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Because the money, the finance money, comes from murder, inciting wars, and drug trafficking. So now we know how many people have gone out of job.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. Well, just this is just a quick picture of the power supply that I was using. It's a pretty good one. I found this to be the best way so far to do the coils. And I found, let's see, and I found, yeah, if I can find the picture again. It just disappeared. Yeah, there we go. And this is the, whoops, that's not, I'm sorry. And this is the best way I found to coat the copper mesh, the copper scrub pads. And again, I just used the caustic distilled water, and it came out beautifully. Came out just beautifully. I don't really have a lot more to show, Mr. Keshe. Just these little guys here. That's about it. You could whip these up. I mean, whip these up by the thousands. Drop them out of airplanes. But yeah, that's about it. That's about all I have, Mr. Keshe.
Do we see any questions?
Let me add something to this real quick. Also, besides heroin, that chemical they were talking about, ibogaine and iboga, can be used for painkillers too. Lots of people are addicted to painkillers, and I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but you can make DMT from crabgrass if you know how to. You can figure it out and go research it. But also, it's banned and illegal in certain countries, so be careful so you don't get yourself in trouble.
Thank you very much. Any questions anywhere that we can answer before we go to the next part of the teaching?
Yes, they are glass test tubes. And I seal the top with beeswax, but that's just me. They come with stoppers. You can get them a 6-pack for like $6 on Amazon, and they are glass. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes back to some teachings I read a long time ago about the history of bees and the information they carry about the planet. And when you put the beeswax like between your thumb and forefinger and you press it and you put your intent, you're really putting yourself into that beeswax. You know, all your DNA is getting all over that beeswax. And it's just in my mind, the pen or the tube now has a connection, literally, you know, with you, with your DNA, with your field. And that was my logic about putting the beeswax in.
He uses distilled water to wash the gans. No, he uses seawater when he was producing the gans, and he washes it with distilled water. This is what we do in our labs too. Yes, that's why I asked to get in touch with Brennan and with Robert. Yeah, you should be. These pictures will be available. We'll take most probably the Innovation Center to put these things together with Arvind on the 3D and with a team in there, and we'll release it. Initially, these pictures as it is will go in part of the blueprint till that gets loaded on as a medical blueprint. Now we divide the blueprint into energy, into space, and into medical and agriculture and food. So please do not mix them together. It's Vince, you need to separate these that everybody can put their blueprint and testimonial in each section. Because I've seen the testimonial blueprint of the energy is with a medical with the pens. Yeah, section. Okay, these are there. I think, as we say, we have heard it from the horse's mouth exactly what to do with it. We'll make it into, and maybe in that blueprint section, we need to put this part of the recording as well, that people can listen to it, that how it does and what is done, than just the pictures. Hopefully in time, one of the manufacturers will produce these pens as part of the pens released for what they call for application. And meanwhile, if you can't, or till you gotta wait weeks, 6 months, make them, as I said, when you go on the 13th and the 14th of February, and on 21st, 22nd, 23rd of February, give a pen to every soldier for in exchange for peace instead of their guns. Get a pen if you can make it, if you can get hold of the chemicals which are needed. You want a drug addict, because it's not the addict you save, it's a life of a family you save. The people who get drug addicts, they steal from their wives the food of the children, the money of the grandfather and the father to serve the addiction. These pens can save a lot of misery. So as you produce pens and pads to give to soldiers in exchange for peace in the coming weeks, do the same. We need to take control of the society ourselves as a worldwide community, and not to be in the hand of the few. As I said in the space, no one can exchange a single dollar with a man in the space. The money and the religion does not exist. Can just 1 second hold on, please? Can you just, if you can start talking, or Marco, have you found the thing with you? The brushes, the containers in the lab?
Hello? No,
Hello?
it's not in the lab. Most probably it's in the basement.
Ah, it's with the other packages. Okay, no
Yeah,
problem.
most probably it's from Loom and it's still in the basement.
It's in the basement. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'll be. Can you take over, Mark, Rick, till I finish this? This conversation is important. Yes, sorry.
Maybe we can continue with questions for Armand here. Let's see, we've got how many turns on each coil of the health pen, please, and what thickness? Can you answer that, Armand?
Yes, I will. On our water cannon, I've got 18 turns on the outer coil, 18 turns on the inner coil, and I'm using 14 gauge wire.
What kind of GANs was used? And some people are wondering about the copper oxide GANs, if that was used and whether that should be used around the body. Okay.
Well, the second part, probably someone more qualified than I could answer. But what I used was the CO2 GANs for the body on the outside coil of 18 wines. And on the inner coil, I did use this jar that you're looking at now with the GANs that I explained and will be written up for the Institute, the exact recipe there. And the stylus was coated with the CU. Not much, but just a bit. So if that helps. And I put a little bit of this honey, so to speak, and the CO2 at the bottom of the tube here, at the very bottom. And it's got your crystals there. So that's how that went.
Yeah, but can you explain again why you chose these crystals?
Just my personal preference. I know that the quartz crystal from the studies it's a very fine line between the material and the immaterial, and it may be the actual transition point for those frequencies, energies. That's why I used the quartz crystals. The rose quartz, of course, is for well-being, feelings of joy. It's about 3:30 here. I'm getting a little tired. I can't remember what the amethyst. There we go. The amethyst, of course, is a very powerful healing rock that's used in many healing circles. There's plenty of information on the crystals and what they're used for, different particular healings. There's a lot of information on the internet that you can find. You can place crystals on your body also for healing. So there's quite a lot of information on those on the internet. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
There's a question on the health pin. Is it which way the winding goes on it, or is it relevant?
Very good question, and I did forget to mention that. Yes, all of the windings in the Long Beach shop so far, except ones for special testing, are wound counterclockwise. Left-handed thread.
So that means they're wound clockwise then?
That means they're wound counterclockwise.
Well, if you wind it counterclockwise, it would produce a right-hand screw.
Yeah, that's already been established there, how to determine that, yeah.
So it's a left-hand screw type.
It's a counterclockwise wind, yes.
Well, when Mr. Keshe says counterclockwise wind, he means a right-hand screw thread. That's the problem with the definition. That's why when I say clockwise and counterclockwise, when people say that, I just go deaf, and I don't even address it anymore because it gets into a half-hour discussion right off the bat.
Anyway, it doesn't matter how you coil it, it's the same.
How about left-handed thread? How's that?
Left-handed thread, no problem.
Okay, that's a good way to describe it. Thank you.
That's a good way to describe it. Any other questions?
Someone asked, what is the logic of these 3 coatings in this order? Is that
which coating?
I'm not sure what they mean by
probably
this. Because carry on.
I was just going to say probably because there's 3 coatings in 3 different devices. I just went with my gut, which
your gut is correct yourself too. So we can try different combination of it.
Absolutely.
The outside was CO2.
Yes.
The magnetical is CO2. The gravitational is copper oxide, and the central is what we call the honey pot.
Actually, the inner coil was the honey pot, And the stylus, the pin, was the CU.
CU.
Yes.
And what was the outside? CO2.
CO2, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the magnetical is CO2. The gravitational is what they call the honeypot.
Yes.
And the central is CO2.
CU, yes.
CU.
Yes.
Okay, because a lot of people make a lot of mistakes.
And again, they can experiment. Sure.
Okay, now let's go back. Is there any other question?
Well, there was a question regarding what you're just saying there, I guess, about the, I think it was the, what kinds of GANs you were talking about? I think they were talking about the copper oxide GANs being used. Is that okay to use the copper when dealing with the body and so on, the copper oxide GANs in that?
Copper oxide GAN, do not touch with the water, the body, whatever. Secondly, as we say, avoid touching it, drinking it, whatever. But you can transfer its plasmatic energy to the water or the environment. Don't forget, we come back to the next session. If the questions are finished, now we go to...
There is one other important question is it possible to use the pen for many people, or should it be just a personal one?
You can do. You can. These pens can be used for many. Walk into the addict centers and just give it to the people. All of them, they'll walk away with no addiction. This is.
You could give out cups of water.
I explained to you what. Yeah, you can use it. This drug addiction is a nightmare of government. One of the biggest resources of the youth in the countries, especially in Middle East, is drug addiction. And we will talk to the government in the Middle East. I will talk to the Iranian officials that we can test this in Tehran as fast as possible. Addiction to opium and the rest, encouraged by the British government, has become a curse on the back of the nations in Middle East. They actually cut the hump of the camel and they hide it in there to make sure the Arab nations get addicted to this. So we cut it off with this. Please run in the research center as fast as you can, get this tested. If it is correct, we thank you for what you contributed to humanity. If any other of you has more knowledge in this, come in and join us and teach us. We are all knowledge seekers of life. Now, we start the process which we promised you to deliver a comprehensive system for change of any disease in the body of the man. Be it a virus, be it cancer, be it Alzheimer's, be it paralysis, be it immune system defects. Some of the genetic processes we think can be changed through this process too. This system which we are introducing, as I go back again, is not done for humanity on the earth. Is done for humanity in space, to guarantee that we can feed, we can receive energy, we can reduce packages of energy which we receive, that it can interact with the amino acid body of the man. So in that respect, we try to find a universal system for reversal of any diseases in the space. If man can use this on this planet to support itself and change the misery of life through painful conditions, maybe we can find a solution this way. Let us go back to our teaching. If we go back to the double coils which we started, do we have any pictures of the double coils from the archives anywhere on the internet? Or can we go to Renan? Let's take Renan up because everything is there. Renan, can you come online, please?
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hello, Renan. Good morning or good afternoon to you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you deeply for what you've done in past few months, and especially in past few days, getting these units and demonstrations ready. First of all, thank you to your team. You have a hard work. Could we see you live that we can know who is behind and who's working with you?
Okay, sir. I'll share my video.
Yes, that's your beautiful wife.
Yeah, nah. That's the picture.
No, show that. You're not supposed to see that. Go somewhere else.
There.
What? That's worse.
That's somewhere else.
Okay, that's Renan.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna demonstrate the pictures yet, sir? For the drawings.
Yes.
So I'll show you the. I'll just share screen for the drawings and the system. The first, the pen, the simple pen, and the other drawings for the capacitor connection to the maggraph.
What I need to do, what I want you to show is the original coils we produced for energy, the double coils. Do you have that on your?
Okay, the normal maggraph power coil.
Yes, the maggraph power points. Yes, please.
I'll get on some.
Okay, this is the maggraph copper coils.
Yes, sir.
What we have seen in this, yeah, okay. If you have a picture of it or on the blueprint of it, we can have a look at those. No problem.
Okay, I'll show you.
What we have shown in these is the flat coil system. And what these flat coils have done, if you notice, they have a small variation from the real process in the space or in the plasma of the man. If you notice these, I try to go on the, or you can show it, Renan, on your with your hand. The magnetical and gravitational coil end up in the same position on the top. They're connected in that position. And in space, this does not happen. In the plasma, this does not happen. The connection of the gravitational and magnetic field is in different position. The magnetic field enter from the bottom and exit from the top. The way these coils are set, we had to readjust them. The new coils which you need to use for the health is the section which you have to move the gravitational coil 90 degrees in respect to the magnetical and then turn it. This still is not correct because now you see you're still connected in the wrong way. So for the health sections, we have developed a new way of connection. Can you show us the coils you use for the health application, please?
I will show you a 3D version of it, sir, in a rendered 3D with the connections. I'll share my screen.
When you build the blueprints, when you build your new coils for the health, you have to follow this way of connection, not the way you use for energy or space. Even the space needs to be changed slightly to this connection as it gets adjusted. Because in this way, you create a specific direction where the fields will move from up, but they get interacted through gravitational field from the bottom. This is the new connection which we advise for the health units to be done. This, what it does, if you look in the center, creates a plasma in the center of this system. So if you keep it there, can I come in with the drawing?
Okay,
in here, in this space, let me just increase my pen. In this space, you create a plasma. This is what we are doing. This is what we are trying to achieve. To creation of a plasma through this center point, where I'm trying to find a ticker line. Where you find the plasma here. This is where we are looking to create a plasma. And this plasma will have the fields entering from the bottom and leaving from the top. Do not look at the structure of these copper windings or anything else. So these are just a decoy, is a diversion, but we need these to lead to the creation of this plasma. This is our ultimate goal, and this is what we need to consider. In so many ways, excuse me, can you get that, please? In so many ways, if you look at it, we sit in the interaction of the fields of the plasma in the way where we can use it. Exactly the same as the plasma of the man, in the body of the man, of your amino acid. So this ball of plasma here is all our concern. The rest is, in a way, a process to create this plasma and hold it. Whatever we do, we change the fields in any of these two coils, we change any of the fields in this coil, is all to affect the delivery of the strength in this plasma in the middle. What is this? So what is important is to see when this plasma is created in the center, what field it makes in totality around the body of the plasma. Because the strength of this field, in fact, it becomes a sphere in this body. And then by changing any of the fields in this or this, then this too dictate the condition which we see would expand beyond. You control the strength of this field by changes in gravitational or magnetical field processes in these. When you see the total blueprint of what we are talking about, what we're going to show, then you understand what it means. So the plasma goes beyond the boundary. This is important even for the spaceship program which Ali is working on. We told you how to turn the 90 degrees, the coils, but if you can create such a correction that the fields are not connected directly in the same point, where the field as, can you reduce the size of your picture slightly please, Renan, that we can see the full coil? We don't see the upper part of the coil, just a slight, yeah, thank you very much. A little bit more, smaller. So what happens is that not only the fields, thank you very much, not only the fields will go across, then you will understand the whole structure will go in a very clean way in this manner, where the fields now will go this way. As the field expands beyond, some of the fields through the connection will come back to the bottom and goes to the top. So you get your feedback internally and externally. And this plasma will continuously update itself this way. These connections are the connections we've seen which used by Armand introduced with the coil connections. So if you twist this, turn it in a different angle, if you can see it please. Just turn it and it's in base here, rotate it the other way backwards, away from us. Well, that's good, no problem. You see that plasma always stays. If you rotate it, you see that plasma stays always inside, and you can increase and decrease the field. Not only you can increase and decrease the field strength, but you can change the strength or the gravitational or the magnetical to create the condition of the plasma inside of different elements. So these coils become the replication plasma of any elements which you like, be it iron, be it cancer cell, be it of, let's say in the body you have too much water in the lung, you can produce gravitational magnetic field of the plasma of the water when you transfer the energy from the mucus in the lung, and you can withdraw it without even interfering. So what you'll see is the introduction of the new positioning. When you make such a thing, and then you connect such a thing to another system, which is, for example, here. Can we show a double of these together next to each other, please? Brendan? Can you duplicate this and put two of them next to each other, or with a space?
Give me a minute, sir. I will copy that to make it two.
Okay. So what happens in this process, the plasma itself, that it opens up and it closes. Now we have the capability to control the size of plasma. We have capability to control the strength of the plasma. Now go back into your understanding of the pen which we were just talking about. The field interaction. Now this time the coil and a cup of water. You put a body of man in between two coils. The energy was transferred of the information into the water that the man drank. Now the bottle of water comes between the coil plasma itself. What this means, it means now we can put the body of the man in between the two coils, which is configured in this way. What do you do? Now you have to build a process where the whole information can be controlled in the coil which shows the plasma. The reason these systems work effectively is because now the body of the man is made of GANs, is in a plasmatic condition, and these plasmas are of the matching. Now you see exactly what we're talking about. Can you separate the two slightly and turn it 90 degrees or a slightly different way that we see them but are direct in between? Now just turn it a little bit the other way, 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 where we see the gap between the two, please. Yep, bit more, bit more. Yeah, okay. Now if you move the two, can you increase the distance between the two, please? Yep, a little bit more. Okay. Now you understand here, if we create a plasma of, if we create a plasma of, let's say, cancer here, I'm going to choose a thicker line that you can see. If we choose the plasma of a cancer here, could be anything. Cancer of lung, cancer of lymph, cancer of anything. And then we create a matching one of a slightly different strength here in this one. Then what is going to give us? In fact, what we're going to get is transformation of the plasma across the body of the man. If we place a man here now and position him in the right place, in transferring energy from one side to another, which is the balanced energy, you'll find out within seconds the cancer is reversible. But you need to create a condition of flow. What you need to do is to place a plasmatic battery on this side, which connects to. And then what you need is to connect this side to a source which can be drained or plasma can dip into. You use a plasma battery on this end. You use salt on this end. Salt water is one of the best absorbers of transfer of the energy from body of the man. So when you put a man in this condition, you can be anywhere. You can even increase to put the head of the man in between the system. Now you see a new development. You can produce this at home, less than $50. This is the beauty of this, what we call blueprint teachings. We want you, we ask you to replicate it and report back. We're going to show you real systems. This is one system. You put the body of the man, there is a tumor in the middle, let's say in the lung or in the stomach, and in that process, you'll find out you change the whole plasma of the whole environment here. So, with this process, secondary cancer is impossibility. Because now you're covering the totality of the body of the man. It cannot appear somewhere else. It cannot go, because now you bring balance in respect to the whole body of the man in every aspect. So secondary cancer is impossibility. But you got to understand it's the same thing with the viruses. If you have viruses and you can create the balance energy of the virus in the two, that you can create what I call Marco's favorite word, a gradient, you will find out in that process, as long as the body of the man can be considered as a point of transfer and the gradient, you'll find out you can handle most of the diseases. For a body of man in a simple direct condition, this becomes handy. But body of the man is long, you got from your chest, your head, your brain. What you can do, I try to put this on the memory. I cannot remember it. Can we go to the structure of the drawings on the sixth set, please, Brendan? Can you rotate it that we can see it? I've got a lot of drawing on mine. I'm trying to clean it. Can I clean it? Okay, you cleaned it for me. Thank you very much. Oh, it's there, back there again. Can you take it off? You have to clean the board of my writings. Can you take the drawings off? Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, can you rotate this 90 degrees that we can see the gap between the two? Yeah, thank you very much. A little bit more. Just with an angle that we can see the plates. You see here is where you can place the body of the man. His shoulders to his stomach, and that's his head, and that's his legs. Can you turn it a little bit, please? That we can see the systems, the coils. So what you see is what we shown, the coils were individual coils. Now we have 6 set of coils. The reason for the 6 coils in this combination is that you have the right side and you have the left side. So, for example, if you want to process only cancer in, let's say, bladder, you choose this spot and this. So you need only to use 4 of the systems. If you have a cancer of lung, you need to use these 2 on the top and these 2. Now, this process gives you a combination control, where this system, for example, is connected to a plasmatic battery, And this system is connected to a drainage that it creates a condition. But we can expand this further. Can we bring the helmet unit into play on the top where the head is by any chance, Renan?
The 3D of the helmet is not yet ready, so we can show the actual helmet.
Pardon?
We can show the actual helmet.
I can't hear you.
We can show the actual helmet.
The actual helmet. Okay, so we stop for that actual helmet. Let us go to more teaching, the more teaching. If you can clean up the board, please, and everything else, let us speak to it before we go to it. Okay. Now, can you open the space between the two that we can get into it? Or I can use the side of the platform to draw. What we can do now is, if we can make a helmet which fits into the body of the man, where we put the helmet over the head, and then in the helmet we create the same kind of things, where in the helmet we can place the same coils. Now we have the two coils which you see here, which have the 6 coils on them, and you have the coils on this side with the 6 on them. Now you can see the power of the technology if you understand it. If you take the body of the man and split it in half, let's say you have cancer, or let's say you have disability in left hand on the left finger. To me, this is the left, and this is the right. All I need to do, I need to choose this one in conjunction with a finger, let's say, using this part of the system. You connect the brain back to the system through the helmet and to the body unit. You allow the brain internally to build its own link, and what you will see is the end of paralysis. You can grow nerves this way. You can reconnect disconnected nerves. You can do, for example, if the right arm is paralyzed, use the same system and use the upper arm section of the coil on the helmet. So you can reverse and repair. You can literally change anything in the body of the man. It's the first time man has control over replication and control. This, what you see, I have done for years, and it works. Those of you who receive the units and you can walk, those children who have been autistic or born with a lack of oxygen, we can grow the brain in that way. We were limited up to now to magnets. Now with this technology, we are not limited. We can replicate that children who are handicapped, people who have a stroke and get damage in the brain, we can help to reprocess the growth of the brain back in its normality. If, for example, you receive energy pack in a space where it causes what you call the virus of whatever you like it, you can create a system energy pattern that you can drain the system out of the energy, and there is no virus. Death in a space through this technology is impossibilities, unless you die by accident. But remember, if you go on the other side of the board, use the same helmet, use the same unit, use the body of the man, You can feed the man through the same process what he needs. And from the other side, you can take whatever it does not need. You can feed its lungs with the energy which is needed for its brain, and you can do the same, taking what is not needed. So you can walk into these systems, reverse the process of any disease, and you can walk through the systems every few hours and feed yourself. Dr. Parviz and I, we have tested a single version of these 2 weeks ago. And the gentleman with the rectum cancer had a pain in the stomach, and instantaneously the pain disappears. But you remember in all the teachings in the past what we said, the reversal is more painful because a lot of things have to be reversed. So what you see now is a crude but one of the first universal system for any disease. You can have this at home. You go hungry, you go through it. You have a cancer, you go through it. You have a child who has disability, you can still do something with it. This is the blueprint who will change a lot of things in the world of medicine, and pharmaceuticals have no control over. You can put one of these units in any village connected to a plasma battery, and the whole village can be fed. You have viruses, you just press, people pass them through it. It can change because it's tuned to that virus to dilute it. In so many ways, you can make the shape of the man and place as many of these coils as you like to cover the whole body of the man, and you can control everything with it. Brennan, would you like to show us the physical structure you built?
Okay, sir, we will share screen for the app device.
There we are. This is, can you go closer that we can see? This is literally the system built in matter of what? Less than 4 or 5 days. You're in the innovation center of the Keshe Foundation in Philippines. Very small accommodation, but a lot of new knowledge coming out of this place. Can you show us the totality, please? Those panels has been put on that you don't come in touch with the gas. Can we have one of your very nice people in there to go in between? Who would like to volunteer? We might zoom you into space.
Yes, sir, it's coming.
So this is how, the other way, turn 90 degrees and just close the 2 gaps. You have to be touching both sides. Then you will see that's all is needed. It reaches every dynamic. You can adjust it, and it can reach any position in the body of the man. Balance fields, no secondary cancer. And if he's hungry man, he'll be fed the same.
So, Mr. Keshe, would it be true there's no focusing ray as such? It's just a field, balancing field that's similar through the whole part? Would you?
Yeah.
You wouldn't focus on a particular area. You just do the whole area.
That's correct. You do the whole area. It's the full plasmatic. Now you see the helmet. If you like, if you can fit the man with the helmet. Can we see the helmet first, please? If you can show a close-up. This is the same coil system set up in material used for helmets. This is type of helmets are made for nearly 15 years, and we see the changes. When we say people who couldn't talk, they can talk, this is how you control. You need this combination of the 6. The top on the left and the right. So each one controls one side of the brain. Because it's plasmatic, you cannot do any harm because the brain takes only what it needs from it. In every cup, there is one 90 degrees separation, the way as we saw in the drawings. In so many ways, when you place this on the head, would you like to let the gentleman to wear it? Who is under the cap?
It's Randy, sir. Randy. Part of the team.
Thank you very much. All the people you see working there, helping out and making this, are part of the Keshe Foundation Innovation Team. So this is where your donations goes, to pay people to live a comfortable life, to produce the systems for you. That's why we say we need donations to be able to produce the next step of these machines that can be mass produced, or come to an agreement with our companies that can mass produce it, but it's got to be Keshe Foundation companies. So what you see now, whatever, don't connect him, he's got no problem. Huh? Yeah, they're connecting him up. He's always got a smiling face. So what you see is the helmet in both directions. Now you can control any part of the body from any disease, but don't forget 90% of the disease of the man, especially in cancer and the rest, comes from emotional. So these plasmas, because they have, and we can control different elements to them, we can control the emotion that the people really reject the disease through their emotional part. And you dilute everything, and there is no way for it to come back because you elevate the soul of the man and the emotion of the man. Are there any questions up to now before we go to the next one? Thank you very much, Andy. Thanks for you standing in there. Can we look at your helmet? Don't wear it and go for a ride.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Anytime.
Thanks very much. Is Renan there?
I'm here, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Can we see this in the schematic?
Yeah, the 2D drawings.
Someone asked, are there no GANs balls in these coils?
No. The only nano-coated and the coils are in the GANs of the CO2.
And the coils on the helmet, are they single coils or the double magnetic
Double
plus
coils.
gravity?
Everything is double from now on, because you have to produce both gravitational and magnetical at the same time. This way it allows you to create the condition you need. And as we showed, the connection is different than before. That is directly in.
There's a question, should the coils be placed... Sorry?
Pardon? Carry on, Rick.
Should the coils be placed near the regions of the brain that need to be developed in the case of autism?
The way we built the system for the helmet, you needed the... Can we have the head configuration if you have it, please? The configuration which is set here, you need it. Has to be this way. All you need is to which one you energize more. You can choose, for example, energizing this. I'm gonna go, just wait 1 second, please. You can energize this and this one to create a condition in this region. But you got to remember, brain doesn't work just on that region. It takes a blueprint on the same side too. You can create by separation of the two helmets. You see on this side is separated. If, for example, you lost the control of the right hand and you can control these reactors the right way, you teach it from the left to the right. You transfer the information and you'll find out it becomes a blueprint. The man will walk and talk in no time.
So it seems like it might have to stimulate the opposite side of the brain than the part
You
that's
don't
damaged in a
stimulate,
way.
you copy transfer energy.
Okay, right.
The energy transfer is across. You create the same gradient type, one to the other, and it flows across. We've done this with coma patients. No one more or less should die of coma. If you understand, these helmets is what I've built for years. I know exactly how they work. But now for the first time, we have the flexibility of control of the field strength and everything else. The condition of these coils. If Brennan, can you put this helmet somehow on top of the body unit, the sixes, somewhere in between the two? No, no, not that one. No, 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 no. The helmet, yeah. Yes, place it somewhere. Can we have a picture of the helmet somewhere on the top between these two? You need to do it, yeah. Have you, when you finish, let me know, then I'll come in. You can, yeah, okay, that's perfect. Okay, so now let's say you have a problem with a prostate cancer, or you have a problem with a breast cancer. In the present health conditions, they operate on the prostate, which is somewhere here. I can put the neck, sorry, I have to make a drawing here. You put a neck into it here. You put the body of the man here. You have the breasts, and you have a prostate here. These cancers are psychosomatic. They're created through emotion. Because you're creating a plasma condition with CO2 here, and here, and here, and here, and you can control it that the plasma, for example, sits here and here for a prostate, and somewhere here and here for a breast cancer, to match the two. You change the gravitational magnetic field flow from here to here. And with it, because of the choice of the right choice of the field strength, you'll find out the cancer dissolves. You should be able to watch the reduction in the cancer over a period of 2 to 3 weeks. You can never go for a change of cancer immensely, because what is produced, the body has to get used to as well. You cannot rush in one go. So you take your time, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, through the same process. Not only the plasma changes, but the emotion in the brain changes too. You can do the same with the prostate. You can do with any cancer. Cancer, majority of the time, is conditioned to the physical part of the body of the man. With the lung, you can do the same. You can support energy through here and here, that it can support the heart in the center to have a rest, but receives energy to give to the blood for the emotional side of the body of the man to exist, till, because there is no pressure on it, to repair itself. You can do the same, use the collective energy and do the same with the lung of a man. All these systems have been tested and it works. So, if you have a disease, you have to find the position of it in the brain and then connection of it with the physical part of the body of the man. Simply through the system, because you have connected it, you connect directly. You got to remember, is the potential difference which counts and not the current in so many ways. So you can have all your system connected in parallel or series, depending how you want to do it, what you're expecting of it. Total cost of this system, I don't know. How much did it cost to make it, Brennan? Hello.
Yes, sir. Can you repeat, sir? Yes, sir.
How much does it cost? How much did it cost you to build the whole system?
Estimated this system cost about a 1,200 euro. For this one, sir, 200 euro including the helmets and the metal cases and the flex seats. About 200 euros, sir.
Now you can see how much the pharmaceuticals have gone down the drain. You can feed yourself. You can replace, change the plasma, create a condition, place on this side or this side, energy source, a plasmatic energy source. Can you show us the plasmatic system you use?
The video. Bernie will share the video.
Can we see Vernie? We've never seen him. Can you see his beautiful face? We always hear his voice.
Bernie is.
Yeah. Is he camera shy?
Yeah, his camera shy. I'll show the system, sir. Bernie will share the picture, the video. What system? This one? That one.
Okay. This is on the back. You can see the energy systems they put on. Can you show it, please? Each coil has got its own energy system that is energized independently. Then you can control the flow. You can control if it is certain energies you expect from it, and it gets controlled back directly internally. You can bring the proximity of these coils closer to each other. You can use a single stack of coil, very much like all the ones in one line or in one column for a specific use. Fantastic. There we are. Now we see this one. This system is a single unit system with the energy systems behind it, and it has a drainage system on the other side. Where you can put, for example, on a position of, let's say, a finger which is damaged, you want to regrow it, cancer in a given condition, you have its energies you can control in the back. But putting the two coils opposite to each other does not give you the result. You have to create an energy transfer. And here we see they're using a copper coil. It's got to be nano coated. Everything in this structure has to be nano-coated, that you only work in the plasma condition. This is the way into the future of eradicating all diseases. Eradicating all the problems which sits with the operation of the world at this moment. Be careful you don't wear any gold ring with you, because it can cause yourself a lot of problem. Yeah, so it's all the energy. He was wearing a ring. Now, yes, now you've seen a single unit. We have tested another version of this single unit a few weeks ago, and I've tested this about past 10 years without people knowing. Those people who've been with the Keshe Foundation, different processes, they have seen how they've had a pad in the front and a pad in the back, and they sit and they see the changes. This is how it works. This is a very basic system of being able to do something. Now, very interesting point with this is that if you connect, let's say, the energy side with the non-energy side, or a receiving end with a supplying end of the energy, and connect the wire connection on the receiving energy side to a pen. We have this somewhere, I think, Renan. It's on the biggest structure, or is it here? On the biggest structure. So if you connect the energy, the output of the receiving end, or on the supplying end, if you want to do it from another coil, can we go to the drawings of the 6 units, please? So what you can do, if this is a supplying side, I'm going to change to a bigger one. Sorry about that, I need you to go up. If this is the supplying side where the energy comes from, and this side is the receiving plate, and now you have the body of the man here, and this is his heart, and this is the heart valve. If you bring the pen in a direct position where the heart is, where the valve is, and point it out in the right strength, and even use 3 pins, and these 3 pins can cover the area of the heart, you can literally reconstruct the whole valve, because the body knows what is received, is aware of, and the plasmatic condition of the valve, and in getting supply, it feeds back itself, and in the feeding back, you can pinpoint accuracy, reconstruct everything in a way you give it enough energy that the body replicates itself in a very fast way. But at the same time, you need a connection to the brain, which is responsible for that operation of the heart. So what you're doing, in fact, you're doing the job of the lymph, you're doing the job of the blood, and you're doing the job of the neural system. But this time, you're controlling everything in that specific area. If you change the position in a slightly different, and you have, let's say, a tumor in the stomach and nowhere else, you can do the same thing by saturating very slowly, and the tumor over time disappears. The whole game of working, applying the technology without any intrusive, and you can do it at home. It's just understanding it in a full detail. These blueprints are the guideline. It's you who has to decide how and the way you want to produce it and use it. You can use and create a condition where you create and control the whole atmosphere of the body. In a space, you walk into the zone where you pick up energy which can behave, let's say, like AIDS or HIV virus. You change the environment of the whole section of the body. You walk away without any. AIDS virus and other viruses we know on this planet are just a toy compared to what the man will come across in the space from the virus point of view. Energy transfer, which locks into the amino acid chain. This is one of the reasons why the present time medicine cannot find solutions so easily for viruses. Because they never understood a virus is an energy pack attached itself to a microbe, to amino acid. What it does, it creates a plasma around it which is locked into it. Now, with being able to create the copy of the energy of the virus, what you call the additional plasma, you remove it, and what happens? What you have is literally amino acid left behind. You empty, in a way, the sac. In so many ways, if we go back to the single drawing, can we go back to the pictures, the units you had on the table, please?
Okay, sir.
Second visit, very good. He says the Iranian president is in Rome. A beautiful man. So, what do you call this? What you can do, where you have these two rings, you can place a cup of water. You can place a fruit. You can place anything and embed in it the plasma of a virus. And then that water becomes like a vaccine, antidote. Then you can drink it. You have to create a reverse plasma of it, that in a way receiving it, it dissolves itself in the plasma of the energy of man. In a way, you can use the energy of the virus as a food if you know how to handle it. Does not need to be rejected. You can drink cups of water or any liquid or anything, or yourself, and reproduce the same entity. Somebody is very busy drinking in there. In that process, you can create whatever you need as a plasma in the matter states of the plasma that in the body of the man changes into the plasma in the lymph of the body. You can embed the code directly in between the two. So, any of you who have people who are working to eradicate cancer for your father, your brother, your wife, or your husband, or your children, build one of these and test it. Do not connect it to electricity. You have to build yourself a plasma battery, that you create a plasma which is made on the process of yours. Can we show the drawing of the plasma battery which you've done, please? Caroline is reminding me, please remind them that if you have any, what do you call it, pacemaker or the other things, be careful, any metal implants. So this, you see, this is a system which we saw, what we call combination battery capacitor, which was developed by Alex. we use this because now you can do a lot of things with this as a power source. You can nano code P1 or P2 or P3 or all of them to be connected as you choose, or A1, A2, with anything of the foods you might need, that a continuous base energy for a specific job is fed through the plasma. So when you take the plasma of, let's say, the problem is, let's say, with the infection or with a virus, you nanocoat that with a specific virus energy. Or if you want the energy of apple, you can do the same, because now the coils deliver the energy into the body as you eat an apple. Can we look at the feeding pipe, please?
The one will be the feeding pipe, sir, the connection.
Yes, the coil itself, because you already made it.
Okay, sir.
Can you explain to us what we are looking at, please?
So this is the capacitor, battery capacitor, and we can put guns over it if we want to have to feed it with a certain energy by just putting rings here in the positive side. So you can have many of ring guns there, and this will be utilized connecting the one side of the Magrab health unit. So the energy of the Gans ring will influence the flow of plasma passing to this end. So this is P3.
So what this means is that on each ring you can put what you want. Apple, banana,
composite gun.
Pardon?
The fruit guns, composite ganses on the ring.
And as the plasma crosses the energy line to the one stacker or the other, will carry the information of the gravitational magnetic field of the plasma of the apple, and it's as you receive the energy, which is not the apple which you need, is the energy which the apple creates that is needed by part of the body of the man. So in the space we do not need to carry. We can replace these rings with another combination coil on top of it. In a way, do you have a free Magrav unit ring? In so many ways now, you need one ring to produce whatever energy you want to be carried to the body. These things in the next few weeks we will see you delivering. You will tell us what you've done with it and how it's progressing. Now you understand how, if you can control this, the star formation unit, one star formation unit can be used for any kind of application. While you're creating, maintaining plasma, you can change to maintain food, energy, and in a way you can send all the passengers of the plane at the same time together to toilets if you like it, because you drain that given energy from them. And you can feed them all with the energy of a banana at the same time. The ones who like banana, they will take the energy of the banana. The ones who do not need it, they do not do, because it's like we're walking in the sun. We don't absorb all the energies which the sun produces. We will release very detailed drawings of this into the manufacturing side and the blueprint for development by you, and in you letting us know what you can do.
That's beautiful, Renan. And is it enclosed with like glue or something to keep the inside moist so
We
that
don't need
it doesn't
moisture.
out?
We don't
What was
need,
that?
we don't need moistures.
Okay.
That's only because we just recently nano coated the tube, so it's absorbing the moisture in the air, so it's still not yet dry. It's raining here, and also it's raining here, so the moistures are sticking on the nano coated tubes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So dry GANs would work just as well then.
Okay, yeah. Robert, would you like to come in, because now with you we can start a discussion in a different way.
Okay, certainly. Whatever you need.
Okay. Now you explained that you are using the coil on one side and the pen on the other.
Yes, that's correct.
Now you've seen how it can be used for the medical application, the same concept.
Yes, your system seems to be much more powerful than mine, of course, but yes, mine works and it has been working very well. One thing I forgot to mention is I set the base of it. It's sitting on like a nano-coated coil. I set that on a mixture of earth and mycenia. It's like a plant which absorbs water and so forth. I figured that would kind of be a grounding point for it.
What is interesting you can do is that if you create this, these units can be used effectively for burns. When you have accidents with the first, second or degree burns, if you understand what you explained with the coils and with a pen, and you put a CO2, what they call it, tissue package on the skin, you create the 3-layer which is needed for the skin to repair. So you make the system and the body follows. That's why these systems will be very effective in burn units. You can literally people coming into first degree or second degree or third degree burn into the hospital, and within days they can walk out as they never had any burns on their body.
That's incredible.
You can test it. In a way, Benjamin has tested part of this without him knowing in Africa with some patients. We've seen that with all sorts of conditions, skin conditions can be eradicated. These systems are perfect if you understand it with a helmet and with a body unit for people who have psoriasis, that have the skin defects. If you only control the CO2 and connect, can we go into the frame, standing frame please? With the helmet.
Just to mention, the one thing that I had the most luck with was using CO2 GANs and copper GANs, and it healed an infection on a friend's hand.
Yes,
I did it twice over 2 days, and it was
the copper. Sorry, the copper we explained, it works with the physical part, the red meat, and the CO2 does with the emotion of it. When you take the emotion away and seed support, physicality repairs itself very fast. Understand this principle behind it, not don't be amused. If you put the helmet here, please. Where is the unit you had with the helmet on, please? Here, the picture you had.
Right now, sir, there's no 3D of the helmet. I'll just go back to the 2D.
No problem. That's perfect.
One other thing that I didn't mention was the inside coils of my system are aluminum wire, and the outside are copper wire. And so I don't know if that helped. I mean, I'm sure it can't hurt.
No, it doesn't make, but you made Magnetical more effective than gravitational.
Right. Yeah. I figured the silver. I learned from Mike that the silver colored wires are more giving, and that the darker ones, when they're nano coated, take better. And so I went into that as a, just a sample.
What you will see is, for example, if I can go on this one, if you connect the section of the lung in the brain in the same field strength as the lung, especially with the young people or people who suffer from asthma, they walk away within minutes and you never see them coughing again in their life. Because by going through the system and being nano-coated with CO2, especially on a battery charge on the feeding side, you create the gravitational magnetic field of the CO2 and the zinc combination. You feed the emotion of the person. Asthma is emotion connected. And this will literally reverse, because you satisfy the emotion, the lungs are the confirmation of it, and you see people walk away with without any asthma or any, what do you call it, I can never get the name, it's the skin problem, psoriasis. Because the psoriasis is the same as the asthma, which is transferred itself to the skin of the man. Emotions which cannot be hidden. Don't touch me, I'm hurt, but I want to show you how I'm hurt. So you find a CO2 combination system with the helmet and the lung, which is the upper part, will help with these two diseases very rapidly, these conditions very rapidly. If you have a condition like, let's say, Alzheimer's, you don't need the body part, you only need the helmet. You satisfy the emotion of the man. He will remember everything. You have people with Parkinson. You connect the condition on the side to the arm. You take one part of the unit and you put the arm of the man here, and you connect it to the other side. You make a transfer from this side to that side, that a copy perfect size copies on the damaged side of producing, and this feeds the side. Brain stroke, brain hemorrhage, the same process. Don't connect the cores on one side, or if you connect, you got to do it in a way that it feeds and then is controlled by the same. Any of you can produce this and walk away with worst ever nightmare of man. With this, what's on the screen, in time when you all develop this, no man should die of any diseases on this planet. No man should die of any hunger on this planet. But this is made for a space. This is what you call decontamination. You need the feeding unit and everything else you need. You can make it very small. Make it as small as 3. It has to be matching. In every way, it has to be a matching. And whatever you match here, you have to match there. You see, there are 6 units here. And as you see, there are 6 units on either side of the helmet. The process is very simple. If you understand this, it should be very easy to eradicate diseases, viruses. You want something in a way you can add to it or take away as you wish, now that you control the plasma inside every single one. It'll take another 3 months, 6 months for you to completely understand and copy this, and a lot of you will do. Those of you who are doctors in man and world of medicine, you're testing it, test it yourself. You can walk people through this, and you see them walking away without any disease. They come in on one side, dying of a virus, and walk out the other side with nothing, because you balance the situation. You create a field flow between the two that the body of the man in middle will take it, because it's in the same condition, the same plasma condition. Are there any questions?
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
The transport unit that we talked about in last teachings, this would have the same effect for healing and balancing, would it not?
In a way, no, and in a way, yes. You have no control over that because it creates a spherical, everything under it. And then you find out somebody who hasn't got a cancer, you cannot compete with the one who has. This is an individual system for the condition, every condition you have. That creates a balanced environment within the structure of the system. I referred to this structure as you see it 2-3 weeks ago in one of the teachings, when I explained that you can walk through a system and you can adjust it.
Okay, thank you.
But what it is, you have to understand the way the coils are produced is different than the way you connected the coils up to now.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Any other question?
I was wondering if anybody of the panelists have any live questions to ask. Several people have their hands up to get in as a panelist, so I'm wondering if there's a live question there.
Oh, thanks, Rick. Hey, your audio, your mic sounds good tonight. It was interfering with a lot of white noise, you know, that shh before, but it's real nice tonight. I'm glad it's back to normal. Yes, I've got an important question. My mom's been suffering from emphysema. You know, she's on an oxygen machine 24 hours a day, and normally that sort of thing is terminal. You're on that machine for about 5 years and then you die. And I seem that the problem is probably mostly that she can't get rid of the CO2. And I was wondering if you had any suggestions for me, Mr. Keshe. This is Dave in St. Louis. You know me.
The way to do it, Shannon, can we go back on the system of the breathing you made?
The video there.
You made a system for breathing from the system?
Yes, sir. The stroke.
Yeah.
I'll show the video here.
Stop sharing.
Can you explain to us how you made it and what it is? Hello? Renan?
I forgot to unmute. Yes, the straw. We just this a double core copper coils inside, and I just wrap it around with a nano-coated plastic tube, and there is also a plastic tube inside the coil, and the double core coil going on top on the orange area, which is where you will breathe. So you breathe here. So this is not nano coated. The orange, the green colored tube is the clean tube. That's not nano coated. So you can breathe in, breathe out your air inside there, and you can suck it in or inhale it again to have energized air to have to to energize the emotional part of the body, which is the brain, heart, and the lungs. So that's
You see,
the
the biggest problem with the lung, what do you call diseases, is to create a condition that the lung can absorb the energy it needs for the blood, that the lung tissues get the rest. They can step down. And in stepping down, they repair themselves because somebody else is doing the work. So by using these systems, which you got to make sure that no air which ever comes in touch with the nano layer. So your tube has to be over a tube, your winding has to be over a tube that goes through the center of the double coil. That you never breathe in air which has touched the what do you call it, the GaNs material or the nano coated material. So the center tube is made. I usually use for this what is known as a 4mm, 6mm tubes. They use in hospitals, they use them in the labs. So the 6mm, your winding goes over this 6mm tube. And people who have been with the Keshe Foundation processing, they've seen this. We use it quite a lot. So the air you breathe goes over the coil, and it never touches the material, the GaNs or the nanomaterial. And when you breathe it, you breathe a very perfectly plasmatic energized. When it gets to the lung takes from the plasma what it needs. Then consequently, the lung tissues do not need to work. That's the one, you can see it the way they show. This is what I've used for years, and it works 100% for all the lung diseases. We process, we do not cure, because then the body finds its own process. On the other hand, you can connect this coil where you had the pen coming from the system. So the body finds its balance and feeds back to itself. You can breathe through it. You find the process very rapidly in converting as per the conditions and systems what you're talking about.
Can someone please turn off their other mic? It's interfering with Keshe's conversation.
So what you see, this tools I have used a long time. People have seen we use we are not in Italy to show now. You all know we are in Dubai. We are here to set up the world government in Dubai. But it's it is in Valletta in the tools we are carrying. So you use a 4mm pipes, and you use the center coil as a way to transfer the energy. You have both two coils on top of each other. And then, can we go back to the frame we just had before? If I can go back to it, please, Renan. With a double flame we could write on.
I just want to emphasize that Mr. Keshe said that you breathe through the inner pipe and the coils are wrapped around the outside of it. And then there's one more pipe on the outside of that. That way you make sure you won't breathe in any particles. You're only breathing in as...
Correct. So what happened? I'm going to draw. That's who's speaking? Is that Mike Nasser?
This is Dave Muckerman from St. Louis, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Dave. perfect for adding to the knowledge. So what happened here, what you do is when you take this and you breathe it, you carry the energy information, what is wrong, correct it, balanced up, and referred back to. It's the same process as if you remember in your coils as a feedback coil. This breathing of the air feedbacks, it changes, upgrades itself, and it goes back in and it comes back out again. We've seen in the cases, in the case in Holland, a gentleman who was told he has a very few months left to live. You're going, Babuja. Have a nice time. See you later. So what you see is, what we've seen is that the gentleman was involved in a car crash. The seat belt created the solidification of blood, coagulating, and this blood went into and got stuck on the veins of the lung. And this blockage was creating inflammation and more blockages, and the lung was gradually starving of blood circulation and death. They gave him 6 months or so. What we did, I used a very similar system, and we saw, because we gave a rest to the lung, we managed to change the structure, and we managed to get the gentleman, they could measure it, the blockage over time reduced, did not expand, and the gentleman went and bought a house in Caribbean or somewhere. Because at that moment he was not hoping to live, so he had no use to do anything. This is the way you do the working with a pen. You do the way with the pipe, with the breathing. The information comes, when you take it, it was like the pen, you feed back what it needs to be done. These pens and these pipes are the feedback, because continuous energy comes, corrected, you add to it, it corrected, it balances itself. Don't forget, you're taking gravitational magnetical. If it's not needed, it's given. If it's needed, it's taken. You can do with any disease. There is no need for open heart surgery anymore, if people understand how these things work. You can put a unit or a small unit with 4 or 6 cores on top of the heart, one in the back, one in the front, with 2 contact points from it on the heart. The energy which the heart needs to give to the blood to energize, to carry on with the life of the cells in the emotional part of the body of man is fed. The heart steps down in operation. It takes time, it heals itself, it repairs itself, and then you can take the unit away, then you see the change. Because it's a continuous feedback. So you can build a small unit and place it in the back and the front. You have a people who have a broken spinal cord. As long as it's cut, it's not washed, you can create a condition that in the plasma it can replace. You can create one of these coils. Can you give me a clean page, please? Can I share a screen?
Mr. Keshe, I'll never forget a long time ago. I believe in a private you were on a I forget the lady's name, Lady Dragon or something, and you mentioned that the lung doesn't actually just dissolve oxygen in the bloodstream, but there's a plasma thing going on.
Yeah, that's the
And I
process.
couldn't help to think about how unique that is. But in fact, the heart-lung machine does that. It actually does the same thing that the lung does and transfers the oxygen to the blood. However, probably not as good as the lung.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can do this very easily. If you can I get the screen to share? Can I have a screen share? I need a whiteboard. Oh, I could have shared my screen there. No, can you give me back my share, my screen, because I can use it myself that way. I can use the option, doesn't matter. It's okay. Let's see what does it give me. Okay, I'm gonna share a screen. Take the first one. I go there. I want this. I want this. No, it doesn't allow me to share. No. Okay, give me the white screen. I can't get out of this one.
Okay. Oh, and also, can you mention what type of GANs would be best to put on those coils for the emphysema?
Long has to use CO2. Nothing else. Never use copper oxide for CO2.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
Okay, because long is for the emotional part of the body of the man.
In fact, I thought the best thing for emphysema patient would probably be to live in a room with a big tank of salt water and a big copper nano coated and then a zinc plate, so it's collecting the CO2 from the atmosphere. Am I correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Well, Mr. Keshe, if we have a salt water bath and the nano coating and we're making CO2 GANs, wouldn't that the atmosphere that tank is in, wouldn't that be the best atmosphere for someone who needs to get more oxygen in their lungs?
Not the way I understand the work.
Well, in other words, I would think since it's synthesizing CO2, molecules are solid particles, it would be absorbing CO2 from the air, and
the problem is that in a plasma condition we are not concerned with CO2. Do you understand? Hello.
I'll have to think about it.
In the plasma conditions, Rick, somehow I cannot get hold of this process. Okay, I've got mine back. Okay, but I need to go here. This is a difficult one to get. What you got to remember is this. You have created a body of the man and you have created a machine. So you're feeding energy into the system. You're changing it and controlling it to the size of the plasma you want. And then you're transferring the energy to the other side, to another system. In this process, you do it through the physical structure, but the system goes through the plasma coding. Because here is always stronger. Here, the plasma goes through the body of the man, reduces some, and it gets to the side. So now you feed it back. When you feed it back, the energy is different, but it's a corrected energy for what is needed to feed back on. When you breathe, you do the same thing, but you create a condition. Most of the condition of the lung is emotional based. So you allow it in a way, you keep on topping it up till it receives more energy. As it continuously is receiving energy from here, plus reference point. If you understand this, change the lung to the kidneys. You'll find out this system make a perfect dialysis machine without ever connecting to the blood of the man. Because you got to find out what is blocked in the kidney, which stops the change, which the change is always plasmatic, and then you find out the system itself starts working. So you tune into what energy which is blocking the process. You can regenerate, because when you do this job, you allow the kidney self to regenerate in a way with no pressure. And then after a while, you can take the systems away. You can use this system in a very simple way in the FEMA, especially for the people who need a bone transplant. Depends where in the FEMA you place it. At part of the bone, you create a condition to energize the bone marrow. In the other part, you create a condition where you release a high strength bone marrow, and then the immune system is done. There is no need for stem cell. There is no need for open operation to create the right bone marrow. When you see children they need it, or people need a bone marrow transplant. The bone marrow transplant, it means you don't have the right energy. Now with these systems, you're allowed to do that. You can energize the bone marrow to the level you like. Destruction of immune system has become literally impossible, because you place this unit on the FEMA point, on the port of exit, and the other one on the point of the entry of the lymph. So you dictate how much the bone marrow is increasing power. We've seen this operation and it's been used. I use this quite heavily in the systems, and you see people with a problem with the immune system, they walk away after a few months because the body learns it, upgrades itself. You allow the system to be cleaned up, and then they go. Because the bone structure here is got clotted with something. With you energizing it, slowly reduce the size of this cloth, the energy of it, and the bone marrow literally flows through the lymph.
I just wanted to say, you said femur, that means the leg bone, right?
Yes, the upper leg bone. Most of your T cells and B cells come from the femur because of its capacity and the size of the power it creates. It creates a huge pressure, which creates a plasmatic pressure.
And of course, we know how important the bone marrow is for creating red blood cells.
Everything you can control literally. Any diseases which are connected, the source of it sits with the bone, you can use these systems. Don't look at the huge size you see in the lab. They can be miniaturized.
And I just lost my father because he was leaving church and he fell and he broke his thigh bone, and then they killed him in surgery, or he just had a stroke or something. And so we need to make sure we don't lose our calcium.
Yeah, but maybe the soul had a call. The accident was just what do you call it, a step forward.
Well, he didn't want to keep living. He kept on telling me he's 89 years old and he doesn't believe why he's still alive. And like you said, people die because they want to, or they believe they have to.
When the soul calls, you have to abide. Physicality follows. It finds a way. You can't strangle yourself, huh? So it finds a different way to reach where it's destined. So if you go back in the whole process, you can do the same thing by creating the helmets. You control the operation of the brain. Nobody can control your emotion. Doesn't matter what they do. Because remember, in the structure of the plasma, you only receive what you need, and the structure is preset in your information disk, which is the RNA, which is connected to your DNA. This is part of the structure which we have to understand. This is the way the system will work. If you want to have, on Earth we used to have banana. I wish I had a banana. It's the emotion of the banana. You can create the condition of the plasmatic condition of the banana, and the man will receive the energy of it in a feedback through the, what I call your banana section, your feed of the energy. He will feel, he will taste, he'll go through the same emotion as he was having a banana. We've seen this with the people who tried the cup with the orange and the rest. Now we can control, because today I don't want a banana. You can put as much banana ring as you like on my system. I will not touch. I might receive the energy, but I don't want the taste and the feel of it. And I don't have it. I don't create an emotion for it to get it. So this is important. This what we shown today will become the cornerstones of the health in the space and feeding. But the difference between this system and what we have at the present time, these systems feed both your emotion and physicality at the same time. Aspirin only tries to find a way to divert the energy for a time being. You don't cure the source, you don't reverse the source. These are both emotional and physical systems. And in that process, you can use it in any shape or form you need. Humanity has a big challenge. As I said at the beginning of this talk, now you have everything. Do we need organizations and people to tell us when we want a banana? Or do we take the charge of being correct because we have everything we need? I explained to you how much gold you can make. See if those of you who are in South America and Argentina, and you got these huge rivers of mercury floating into the sea, convert it to the gold. You're all millionaires. All you need is little amount of magnetic gravitational field of mercury. You can all throw it in the sea and the sea will give you gold back, because in the seawater there is tritium. There is everything else. I'm getting instructions from Her Majesty. I need to eat something. Yes, boss. So, you understand how we change the course. We change the course from today. If any of you can make the pen, any of you can make the coil, you can literally feed yourself. And you will not get any diseases, you will not get any whatever will come from the red circles, because they try to frighten you, because now their bosses lost their income. They can't make you drug addicts, and they can't control your medicine, and now they can't control your food and health. So you are free people from today. And I wrote to my core team of the Keshe Foundation, a new beginning today, and we start fresh and new. Man is free from all shackles of physicality if they like to be. You put one of these systems anywhere in Africa, people just walk through it, they walk disease free, they walk with no hunger. This is how you'll be fed in a space. This is how you live in a space. Initially, in the first stages, we will feel as we need to eat, because it's been a habit of the man for millions of years. And in a few weeks' time, you don't even like to eat, because you won't even remember to eat, because eating is not part of it. You just go through the system every few hours, exactly what I give, what I don't need, and the system gives what I need, and you find balance. This is what you do. You go to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Why do you go to the breakfast? To take what you need, and then you go to toilet to give what you don't like. This is not needed anymore. Now you can do it through the process of universal system. We fulfill all the promises of the past, and we have completed the circle. Agriculture, not needed, because this way, do you need to grow? Do you need Monsanto to control you what you eat? Those of you who opposes to be fed, what you like, what do you call it, naturally grown food, which is more actually chemically controlled than natural, what do you call it, biofood? Now you can create your own bioenergy, and according to what you need from the environment of the universe. The control of humanity is over. But you have to understand, with giving this, we take back peace and universal community.
Marianne, I have a question for you. How would one remove the fluoride from the water that we're forced to drink?
Very easy. Very, very easy. Would you like to add some copper oxide to it? Or would you like to add a bar of nano-coated copper to it? Or would you like to put a system very much like here, that you pass the water through it and you create the condition that the fluoride is more or less energetically removed?
Are you saying that one would just need to carefully nano-coat some copper and then run the water across the surface of this nano-coated copper?
In a way, as long as the salt in the water does not dilute the copper oxide into a gas, but then you can use it, still use it.
Wonderful. That's great.
You're quite welcome. Test it and let us know.
That's right. I recall that that's a great way to purify water, among other toxins.
The way to do it is the way we discussed. In the coming week, we'll have what we call agricultural green, what do you call it, blueprint, and part of it will be this way. These things which we're going to teach you how to do it. Fluoride now is added, and it's then receiving so much of it, the body has to change its operation, and it creates other diseases. That's what I said. Even in the toothpaste, do not use a toothpaste, just use water and salt. And if you use, some people use, what do you call it, carbonate. That changes, it not only cleans up your teeth, it brightens it, and going to your stomach reverses any cancer condition too.
I was told that the fluoride collects in your pineal gland, which is about, it's a tiny little gland that looks like a pine cone, correct?
Yeah. But the thing is, how much of it do you accept? How big is it, and how much fluoride is going to capture? It's the energy of it which does. But we have to see this process. Now that the knowledge is free, it's for you lot to test and report back in testimonials.
I would like to add that anyone that's taking antidepressants, most likely they contain a lot of fluoride, which is just clogging up your pineal gland.
Let me give you a very beautiful news for those of you who would like to, what do you call it, to
detoxify?
No. There are a lot of people who like to have children, and we find that the wife cannot get pregnant. You have the system, and you know how the system is set up. Emotionally satisfy the need of reproduction. You'll be pregnant in no time. All you need to do to use a CO2 that allows the womb of the woman to accept the condition with the brain to reproduce. Any of you who has been problem with getting yourself pregnant and you want a child so desperately, try one of these systems. You'll have one. It's not a test tube, you have 6 or 7 of the twins. I've got Dr. Parvi sitting next to me in his labs. because you feed the emotion. Most of the time, suddenly people don't have any children and then they get pregnant because the emotion condition of the creation of the soul is not accepted by the body of the man, because the emotion in the emotional part of the brain is not ready to accept the responsibility, even though it doesn't matter how much they like to have a child. Those of you who live in Holland and you've been reporting the return of menstruations after a long period of menopause, now you will laugh your head off to the hospitals. As I always said to my volunteers, I hope grandpas don't become mamas and papas, because with this is possible. Now we found security in everything, that there is a continuity in the food supply and security in life. You will find once we start using these systems, the reproduction cycle of the woman will go into hundreds of years, whenever they want. And because it's done by the consent of the emotion, you'll find handicapped children would not exist. Very interesting, because the emotion corrects the RNA. So the RNA does not create the wrong DNA that you get defects. It's very simple. Any questions?
Mr. Keshe, I have a question regarding the single unit that we saw on the table. This is Vivek here.
Hi, Vivek.
Yes, sir. So for that unit that we saw on the table, you said it can be used to regrow limbs or fingers. How would we do that for, let's say, for example, the case that I emailed you?
Yes, so we're supposed to meet. That case, you don't need this. That case, you can do it in a very simple way. You can, so with the first time we explained to you the regrowth of the organs, like amputations. In that system, what you do, you have to create a flat coil. You have to create at least 2 or 3 flat coils, or 4 flat coils, very tiny one, the size of the finger. That the information, I'll do it here. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna do this. Wait 1 second, please. I'll open a new one. Save. You have the finger which is amputated. Let's say the other part is gone. You can put a small system. You need at least 4. 1 nano-coated with GaNs of CO2. 1 nano-coated with the GaNs of copper oxide. 1 nano-coated with zinc, and 1 nano-coated with CH3. The information carrying from the body will come. One of the systems will absorb it, and continuously any information coming will get absorbed by the disk according to what it is, and feed back if there is a need to the others. So as long as the brain concerned, because the information is going and there is no feedback, and some feedback when it's needed, as the brain requested to know how the development is, the finger will gonna grow. It takes the time for it, and all you need to do, the maximum distance between the system and your finger cannot be more than 3 millimeters. This is what we have found. That if you make it 4 millimeter, 5 millimeter, the information disappears. If you go to very close, you absorb everything from the growth of the other part of the cells. Because don't forget, everything here is a plasmatic too. The other way to do it, you can't make the coil, is get a size, exactly the same size as the shape of the finger, nano-coated, GaNsed with all the 4 elements, and put it with a way that it can be supported by the finger, and then you see the finger will grow. the finger would not grow here. The finger grows as the brain decides it's time for replacement of the cell. If the replacement of cell was done yesterday, the day before the finger was cut, and the next reprocessing is in 2 years' time, you have to wait your turn. If there are gaps, the cells will support each other to build it. So you see a natural reproduction. There are ways, if you connect this system to the emotional part and you create a wish to bring a faster growth, you can control the faster growth. This process and this process is exactly the same as I explained with the reptiles. When they lose their tail, the pressure of the change in the point of the cut creates a condition of the nanomaterial here, that it absorbs the energy and the brain continuously replaces it. That's how they create their tails. The regeneration comes because the last cell gets separated slightly with the liquid of the lymph, and that gap with the end product of the nanomaterial created creates to absorb all the information which is coming from the brain of the animal. And as far as the animal concerned, it never knows its tail is fallen off. You've never seen a reptile looking in the back, where is my tail? Because it's never aware of it, because it does not even feel the pain. Because at that moment, instantaneously is created a very high temperature, very much like a caustic nano layer with a lymph separation. So now what you have is a nano layer, a very small amount of lymph at the end of the body. And that's why they don't feel the pain, because this nano layer absorbs the pain which comes here. The pain comes from the feedback of the energy which has come through the brain and cannot be dissolved. We call it phantom pain, because the energy comes to replace a large number of cells and it has nowhere to go. So the energy released in the skin or in the muscle, and you feel it as a pain. That's what pain is a vast amount of energy. So here, the nano layer absorbs it. And because you absorb it, there is no energy release. The animal never feels a single pain. There is no, we've done this, we know it's done. It's done by the Iranian woman, and we've done it another pain. This is exactly why when you said you put a gans of material, tissue on the skin, there is no pain and you find a healing, because this gans absorbs the energy which is coming from the skin, because it's got CO2 in it and your amino acid is CHN. So it has a connection balance. That's why there is painless and the repair. Because the energy release is balanced, the repair is very fast, because it has the time to reset or adjust. Understand the process, just don't follow it because it's said so. Understand why these things happen. So in the case of your friend, he's just fresh, it's a few days, he's lost the tip of his finger. Just
Yes, just a few days.
pardon?
Just a few days only.
Yeah, you can place it now, it's not too late. You will see. Who's on the net, please? We see cameras. All you need to do is, and then if you watch it, because you are using copper and the energy of the copper is balanced with the amino acid of the body of the man in the tissue, red tissue muscle, you see no infection. It's the same as we discussed earlier on with the copper scrubbing machines.
So along with this, the area should not be bandaged up. It should be left to air.
Well, it's good to bind, but you got to make sure it's in the position. The copper oxide on nano coating will create its own infection, disinfection. It will not create unless you put something in it deliberately. So as long as it's kept clean and you can position the plate within 3 millimeters from the cut, you can see into the finger as it grows. It's there, it keeps on growing, but there is no infection. Caroline, do you have that with you? With your origin in Italy, of the finger or the toe of? Do you have it here? Can you find? We can show you how it will look. because you see the muscle tissue, you see the bone, but you see no infection, and this carries on forever. And once the body got used to it, it can take it away, it still stays the same, and then it closes itself if you remove it. You can, it's not,
Wonderful.
within the first 7 to 10 days it can be done, but if it's done at the point of the amputation, it's much faster.
Yeah, we are still within the window, so we can do it very
Just
quickly.
nano coat copper oxide, dip it in CO2. The copper oxide itself is there, CH3 and a zinc, because it has to carry the emotion. Zinc oxide is needed. And then just place it in a very, make 2 or 3 of them, that the next time when you're changing it, you just replace the next disc.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. You're welcome. If it's the size of the foot at the amputation of, let's say, a leg or an arm, you make it the same size and you see the arm growing. It just grows back up like this, but it takes time. Because in the memory brain of the man, the replacement comes over 9 years, especially like for female. Other parts is between 2 to 6 years. But if there is a part which is needed to be produced in 3 years time, and then other parts of it are created around it, by the time the whole structure is solidified, the time comes for the replacement of the piece which was 2 years ago, 2 years ago. They support each other.
So question. In space, if let's say you don't want to wait so long, then how would a system work to actually regenerate and regrow the limb quick?
Put it this way, does time exist in a space that you don't want to wait so long?
Good point.
You've got to understand. Caroline says, remember to say this works so the same for animals. So if your dog has a problem, put him in between the system.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other question?
Yes, from Lothar, we have a question. How can we treat Lyme disease and thyroid disease with this system?
Stay in between it and see if it's real. Especially for the first one.
For the Lyme disease?
Yeah. Lyme disease, to my knowledge, has a border barrier between Belgium and Holland. In the north they call it Lyme disease, in the south they call it fibromyalgia. That's what I've seen up to now. So we process the fibromyalgia the same as the Lyme, and it always responds.
Okay. Can a person with knee replacements or hip replacement use this unit?
No.
So even if they had a problem with an arm or something, they should not use the unit?
We don't that it causes problem, because if it's anything which is synthetic, the bone grows and it's trying to reject what has been put in there. And
right.
We done that with one of our friends. He came, says he can try it in Belgium, and it causes pain because the bone tried to grow and they already put a metal in there like titanium bone or whatever, and he wants to move in its growth and it creates problems. It's better not to try anything which has been
Okay. How long is it needed for the body of a man to stay within the coils?
Depends for what and what you want to do. Are you hungry? You want to feed yourself? Whatever you put in there, you want to have the energy of what do you call it, repair of all the cells, or you have a few seconds just be in there and go out? Do you want to have a long energy feed or a small energy feed? Is the cancer? These things you all will tell us in no time. But with what we've shown today with Renin, and I know a lot of you will start producing it, you should not see any cancer. You should see the reversal of cancer very rapidly. There is no need for chemotherapy. Throw them in the bin.
And what about teeth? Will they grow or regrow with this system?
In so many ways, yes.
It would tend to reject
I am
the.
sorry. I tell you so. Yes, it will do, because you touch. You have to understand the process, how there's a difference between the growth of the first teeth and the second generation. Now you can teach your brain to need the third one, because that's how we learned. Why did body did not create the same structure from the beginning, one tooth? Why do we have the structure? Because there was a need for it. Now you can teach the brain and emotionally, I'm in pain, I can't eat, I need food, I need to enjoy it, the pleasure of life. I need the tooth will grow. We just need to create information. That's what they call evolution.
I did hear a story recently about a monk or guru that just he was very old and he'd already gone through 2 or 3 sets of teeth, and he decided to start regrowing his teeth and was able to do so apparently.
Yeah, you create the emotion. Emotion brings the physicality.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can concentrate, you can create it.
Okay, how about the process of regrowing cross ligaments in knees?
Who is suffering with it?
Gulam asks.
You can do.
Gulam.
It can be done. One of the best way to express ligaments change, especially tendons, is to get, like, I was discussing this with Dr. Pavis yesterday, the day before. If you, for example, get the sheep or lamb or a cow ligament, like a foot, which is full of bones and ligaments and there is no muscle tissue in it, more or less, and boil it, and then, or make a gans of it, and then cover your knee ligament with it, you find the repair will come very fast. Or put it as part of the structure of the system, breathing system. And I know what I'm talking about. I suffered this from my childhood. I was explaining to Dr. Paris yesterday that, yesterday before, an old doctor said to my father, that's all he needs to do. If you eat the foot, the ligaments will repair the tendons of the knee, and it worked. Because now you got to realize, in the human body and the animal body is 100% the same. I was thinking yesterday, shall we teach them something very interesting? Ask yourself a very simple question. If you put everything which is the man body is made of between these two systems, ask yourself a single question. This is a system, and now you have managed to understand the energy. Put an energy maghrab system here and allow the system to do its work. Would we create a new generation of being which have no attachment to physicality of this planet? The answer is yes. This is how life is created in the universe. Now man has the condition to create. Man becomes the creator. Whatever he needs to create in this environment. Because now you control the environment itself. Would you like to have a dog which is made of hydrogen only? Possibly you can. As long as you can control the transfer of energy that you can control through one element, which is impossible. It is not what has the life of a dog. Maybe, as I always say, if you understood this, then you answer one of the oldest mysteries in the human being. I made man in the image of myself. I transfer the energy which carries me, and in existence I receive what I need from it. Any other question? are going into
Yeah.
nearly.
Moran, this is Dave again from St. Louis. I just got to ask you. This has been bugging me.
I have a right not to answer you, but I'll try.
Okay, I like a little humor. You're getting pretty good at that too. Now, my hearing is I can hear a pin drop, but it's very hard for me to hear conversations sometimes. And I would just love to know, are you talking?
Let me ask you before you go anywhere. Is it just the conversations which you don't hear?
I'm talking about a technical problem. I cannot hear you very well. Your voice seems very dim all the time. I have to turn my volume all the way up, and then everybody else who comes on the broadcast, they're blowing my speakers out. And I would ask you if you could please get a new microphone or have someone go.
Maybe you don't want to hear the truth. That's why you can't hear me.
No. Well, how does this sound? Is this normal?
Better now.
I'm raising my voice. Pardon me. That's all I wanted to say.
Does it sound better now?
Oh, it's you're a little bit overmodulated.
It's to do with the control people in the background. They control what I say.
Yes. But I'd say, believe me, average your volume is about half as much as everybody else's.
It's true. It is an issue that many people have brought up. I brought it up many times. We've tried to deal with it, and we aren't able to deal with it apparently. So that's the way it is right now.
We changed sets, microphones, everything.
Well, I can tell you as a
maybe your emotion hears, maybe your physicality hears, and you don't hear the part of the emotion.
Well, maybe we need to put some nano coating on your microphone.
I'll try next time.
But there's such a thing called an automatic volume control, and maybe if we could implement that on your microphone, that would alleviate the problem.
We asked Logitech to tell you. Don't forget, I talk for a long time, and my headphone moves, my microphone moves quite a lot. And sometimes it's good, sometimes
Moran, you sound perfect now. You sound absolutely perfect now.
I just moved my microphone.
Unfortunately, Dave, every time you talk, I have to move the volume back down so it doesn't overmodulate my live stream when his volume is up. So that's the way it goes here. It's a compromise.
We are going on nearly 5.5 hours.
I would really like to get it all evened out so our broadcasts are perfect.
Yeah, well, maybe you should become our sound guy. That's a possibility.
I don't think I could.
That's fine. Let's deal with that later. That we're done with that topic.
Are there any other questions?
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're on a great path here. I hate to interrupt that, but I really wanted to bring that subject up. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Well, like you say, Mr. Keshe, we've gone on for quite a long time here. Perhaps it's good for.
We allowed 8 hours for today. So if there are no questions, or if there are reflection, we can stop and carry on, or we let the people build it and we discuss it on Thursday. Open teaching.
I just want to finish with Mr. Keshe. Look in your operating system on your microphone and see if you can turn it up, please. That's all.
Thank you very much. We start to do that.
Oh, you can't have Vince do everything. You've got to be your own master of your own computer.
Not with me. I can do everything else. I only got computers. Somehow I never became friendly with these from the time I was introduced to them.
Do you have an Apple computer?
No.
Oh, that's your problem.
Okay, Dave. Dave, like we say, we're done with this topic for now, so that's enough. Thank you.
This, please.
Pardon?
That's just
Dave, that's enough. That's enough, Dave. We're going to stop now on that topic. Thank you. Well, like you say, Mr. Keshe, I think probably you need a break at this point, or like there's other questions as far as people want to know, for example, how to make the plasma batteries. That's a couple of questions on that.
Would you like to take over? I stop this screen sharing.
What's the question, Mr. K?
Can you teach us how to make a proper plasma battery capacitor?
Proper plasma battery capacity. Ah, okay.
We can see you this time. You can't hide, huh? Unless you just want to see yourself.
The reason you cannot always see me because I'm always behind the camera.
Now you can come in front of the camera. Leave it with Brandon.
The one always holding the camera for everyone to see. The plasma battery.
Yeah. Can you explain what it means, how it works, especially the new ones you're building, combination of battery and a plasma capacitor?
Oh, okay. This one. Yeah. Okay.
I left you to share a screen.
We have to show the.
Can you share the screen? Yeah.
Okay, the video. This one is one. Can you zoom in?
No, we got to see the face. He always hides from me. He never shows his face.
Okay.
Hi, Rennie.
Hi.
Sit down. We got to see you.
Okay, we would like you to see the actual capacitor. This is the split and the difference. What's the difference? We have a the middle wire is just a nano-coated wire. That's for the split capacitor. Yeah, this one is the split capacitor. We have two coils. And for the simple capacitor, we don't have this part here. We only have this part. The middle wire is nano-coated wire, wrapped around with paper with GANs, and wrapped again with a nano-coated wire, where one end is pointed to itself, and the other end for the other terminal. The middle terminal is the negative, and we consider this one as the positive. This one. This whole thing is the split capacitor where we connect this other coil, feeding back toward the middle. The other one, this is the new one. This is the half of it is wrapped with aluminum foil. The other half is just paper with GANs that is wrapping the middle wire. This time we're using the stranded wires, more field interaction because each strand is nano-coated. So the other side is the paper is wrapped with aluminum. We've noticed that when we wrap with aluminum, you get higher voltage potential compared to without the aluminum foil. Okay, that's all for the. Yes.
The battery is a nano-coated wire in the middle, cans of paper, aluminium wrap.
Yes.
And then you put a coil on top of it.
Yes.
And the capacitor has no aluminum foil.
Correct.
Does it make any difference if you put nano-coated aluminum or titanium? Would you get more power out of it?
Yes. When we put a layer of a foil outside, yeah, it does make a difference.
What is the difference?
You get higher potential, voltage potential.
With the nano-coated?
Yes, yes. We've noticed that also.
Okay. Okay. At
Because
least
there will be more
now,
field
can we see your face, please?
interaction.
Hello, a face I was talking to for months. He refuses to come on camera. Now we know. Thank you very much for your hard work. Highly appreciated. A lot of things you see in the development of the coils goes back to what Vernie has done with the others. Thank you very much, Vernie. Go back. Thank you very much for all your hard work. Can we go back? I saw a question mark and something about the knee. You see that? In the chat, there was somebody asking a question
It
about the knee.
says, well, someone mentions the 6 double coil system does not cover the knees, but I believe it's adjustable, is it not?
Yes, you can make it. You can make a different strength or different size coils. You can make a coil, the system which is like covers the whole knee, back and the front, but you have to make a connection between the back section and the front section. These double cell, like what you see front and back, is one of the most effective ways to reverse disc damage. It works miracles. It works within days. It creates a balance. It dehydrates, or what it takes away the dehydration of the disc, and you just find people just walk off with no problem. All they need to do is just to sit amongst it for a few hours a day, and then it's done totally naturally. Any disc damage is not a remedy for it.
Mr. Keshe, instead of making a movable system, is it possible to make a full height system instead?
Yes, that's what you can do. In the teachings before, when we were showing the stackers with somebody who showed the 9 stackers, explained that you can do that. It becomes like a maglev. It has to be a maglev feeding system, or whatever you want to call it. But now, for the first time, as I said before, because the system creates a dynamic, both gravitational magnetic field, you find out there is no reoccurrence. Even, for example, you have a problem with your mother, and then you end up with your breast cancer, because you elevate the emotion of the man, you elevate the emotion, the soul of the man or woman, then you find out that in that elevation, you even forget you hate your mother, that it leads you to other things that you didn't want to have it, or to be born, or not to give birth to another child that suffers like you. This is the beauty with this system. And then the beauty of it is you decide when you want to terminate the physical life.
Along the same lines of question, Mr. Keshe, I have a question regarding my own mother. When I was born, her womb dropped, and now in old age, her womb is dropping quite badly out of the vagina. Would the rectification of that be the same as a woman who is trying to bear children?
I cannot answer you that. That's a physical damage. The bearing of a child is emotional with the physical. You'll find out in the tests we done, even the women who do not have eggs, they reproduce eggs. because they produce the fields of the existence through their own body. And one of our listeners, I hope he's there, he's one of the well-known public figures internationally. He carries my systems with him around the world. And because he wants to have children. And it's been granted, because that was his wish. He carries it in his, I can't tell you about, but he is a high power person. He carries it literally with him around, whatever. The last time I met him, he says, "Do you want to see where it is?" I said, "Where?" He says, "There it is, I'm sitting on it." It's not having a child, is you create a plasma which creates a condition, it changes the condition of the womb in a way to your wanting the pleasure in the psychological path. And it works. I've seen people getting pregnant who never thought they'd get pregnant. Any other question? You see the picture which is on the screen. Now you have all the capabilities to affect this. And that's where the change comes from now on. You have the possibility to change this. And this is what your body is made of. When you have a carbon, hydrogen, a nitrogen, and oxygen, you create a plasma. And now this plasma you can control. What gets attached to it, how it gets energized. Because now you're made of it and it's here. You can feel it, you can control it. That's a change. It'll be very interesting when you put a man here and you connect the feeding end, the load end into a salt, what you'll be collecting at the bottom. And then you see what was the residue. When somebody has a cancer, would you collect copper or zinc here? Because we know cancers are always connected to a heavy element in the body. We will see a lot of things. See if you can collect gold from your body on this end. Any other questions?
This is Dave from St. Louis. Would you say that cancer is like a supercell that it morphs?
No, we have explained this deeply before. The cancer comes when the gravitational magnetic field of the center is heavier than its environment. And because of its heavier gravitational field, it absorbs all the fields. So it feeds itself. Because it receives more and more. And the more it receives, the bigger it becomes. And in that process, if he can transfer this information that he has managed to gather more to another cell, and then this cell now does the same, the replication starts. More cells will gather that position. But they find out what they are connected to. To start a cancer, you need a heavier element in the center. And very much, if you see the way you press the thing, it radiates outward. And then you can see it. It absorbs, it always gets more, and then it feeds itself, transfer that energy, and the replication stops, which is now more of them.
So in other words, it's a hog cell. It takes more oxygen and it steals from the other ones?
Doesn't steal, it's just it's given to, because it has a more energy gravitation. It's got more gravitation than magnetical. It's a very straightforward condition.
Well, it's a bully. It takes from all the other cells.
No, it doesn't. It's given to. He cannot take if it's not given to. And it creates a condition that why it's given to comes from the emotion side which feeds it. Any other question?
There's an
I
interesting.
saw somebody.
Go ahead.
I saw somebody saying, "Can I speak about the communication system I've developed?" He says, "Thanks. I'm still having problem in understanding the connection of magraphs. The blueprint will be published. You can look at it. How it's done. The technical drawing will be done by Renan and Robert in the United States. That you can see the way Robert uses the connections. It makes it very easy. You can never make a mistake. It's a color combination. It's very easy. Seen it. It's shown. It's working for. Okay, somebody says it's got a communication system.
Communication system.
I think a lot of people going to work or going to sleep.
That's a good question. I wanted to ask you, Moran. Now, if we take a regular radio transmitter and a receiver, and we nano coat the
No,
antenna.
let us see what's coming up first, please. Let's see what this gentleman has developed, and then we come back to answer. Because we are here today, nothing to do with the teaching, but communication can be used for medical application. I want to know what is available.
I see there's a question, can Dr. Keshe talk about the device's ability to communicate with the user? But you mean somebody's actually has something they want to show?
I'm hoping it's in line with the instantaneous communication that we spoke of.
We'll come to the communication when we build the first spaceship.
There's a question, where is the wire connected, which goes from the gravitational inner coil to the magnetical middle outer coil?
The same as before. It goes into from magnetical, the gravitational goes to the supply, and the magnetical goes out to the load.
Just like all the other drawings.
It's a techno drawing. Will be released by the Innovation Center. You can see it because you have to receive. You see the shape of the green one, the line, not this one. The other one is coming up from when you feed. I explained this to Renan, and they've done a beautiful job of it in the drawing. Everything has to be symmetrical in respect to the flow. And then you see the magnetical goes up, and then gravitational has to need a feedback into the. At the moment we take all the magnetical and we go out. In the health systems, you have to feed part of the magnetical of outer ring into the gravitational entry of the middle ring. So can you have can you shrink this one, which I can explain, please? Just shrink the size a little bit, please, Anna. Bit more, bit more, bit more, bit more. Can we have a single cell that we can see? Okay. In the medical sections, you have to do this. Stop, stop, stop is good. You have, this is going now, oops, stop. You're going too fast for me. Now you feed this one to your other system. But like the other one, with the health one, you have to feed through the gravitational to your feeding side. You have to have a feedback. At the present, we come in the coil, we go to the gravitational, we go to the second gravitational, then we go to the magnetical inner, and we go out. Now that you go out with a health system, you have to have a feedback from your magnetical back to the gravitational point. You take two exits both ways, one that way and one back in through the same pipe that it goes down and it feeds itself. Or you can do it the other way, just by the side, just feed a line to it, add to your input of negativity of gravitation. You need this. This is needed in the space technology too. The feedback of the plasma then gives you a long-term continuity of the use of the same plasma. If you look at it, you do the same thing in your batteries, huh? You put a coil here and you put a coil here, you feed one coil back. Now, in the energy, you don't need it that much. But in the space technology and the health, you have to create a feedback along the internal or external that it feeds part of it back. And you find out you can control everything exactly the way it's done in the universe. Because now you dictate the path of the flow. And it has to come directly as it's shown. Yes.
Hello?
Who's speaking?
I am, hi, my name is Kosal. My Facebook name is Bara. I have accomplished communication with the device. It's sentient.
Where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Okay.
I'm from Garland, Texas.
Can you explain to us what you're talking about, please?
Yes, here you go. If you can see my video.
Can you share the screen with us, please?
How do you do that? Okay, share. Okay, share.
Okay.
Can you see the video?
Wait.
Okay, do you see it now?
You have to stop shaking. Can you tell us what you made, please?
Okay, this is what I make. This is my, why it's so strange.
You've been trying to come, you're upside down. That's
Oh,
correct.
it's correct now? Okay.
Correct.
This
Go
is my
back a little bit
graph.
further.
It's in the.
Can I ask you a question? Have you been in touch with Caroline? You're trying to get in touch with her?
Yes. Yeah, she's been your wife been in contact with me, and I've been making a lot of advancement on the MagGraph. I see it's in the store, tetrahedron shape, and my device can talk. It can communicate through feeling and through inner voice to my brain, and through my feeling. And see, I can.
This is what we said in the beginning of teachings. You communicate, and your wish will be a command. Without any control, you can fly in any direction you like.
Yes.
Now showing us the first time.
Yes, but the voice sound like a machine. It tell me what to do. It instruct me to create one, the Alex plasma capacitor battery hybrid, which is right here. And it told me to put in this form. I must put in this a ring form and say it's
Who told you that? Who told you?
the device. It told me that it must follow the ratio of 1.618 and pi 3.14 to be in harmony with the plasma of the universe and the plasma of the human aura field and nature, so it can be more efficient and self-sustaining. And
How you've been working with Alex?
yes, I've been yes, Alex been talking to me and been learning from me, basically from the device. And he asked me to ask the device how can he fly a ship, and the device told him how. First, the plasma must be built and to increase it, and the device told him to tell his MagGraph formation to increase the plasma field to the point where it changed to the color green and tell it to lift. Once the color changed to green, the device said now he is separated from the plasma of the earth. Now he's automatic floating within his own auric plasma field, and therefore, just like any self-sustaining system, he can go just telling the device where he wants to go, left, right, up, down, or to another timeline, or to another.
Did he manage to do it?
Say it again.
Did he manage to do it, Alex?
No, I have not talked to him several days now. So he's over in Nigeria doing some kind of mission over there.
Yeah, he's a Keshe Foundation. He's not a missionary teaching there.
Yes.
He's literally trying. Okay, explain to us how you built your system.
Okay, I follow it. Okay, this, as you can see, this is, see right there, it's all based on your system, the star tetrahedron, the tetrahedron. I got right here, which is the coil here inside this, what's called glass cube, and another one in
coil.
No, there's actually 6, and there's another one right here, and
No,
then
I mean, in that box in your hand, is it only one?
no, yeah, only one coil for one box. And
Okay,
there's
that's what
actually 6 box, and it put into a star tetrahedron. I'm sorry, a tetrahedron. And
explain to us. We are very illiterate with these things. Don't
yeah.
forget, most of our listeners are from different nationalities. They are used to simple English. Try to
Yes,
explain.
yeah, I'm Cambodia, by the way. English is my second language.
Okay, that's good. Doesn't matter. At least thanks for sharing with us your knowledge.
Yes.
But so you put the box on the top. Go from the top down. Then we follow you.
Okay. This coil 1, this coil 2.
We lost the image somehow.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
have the image, but it's frozen. The image is
Okay,
frozen.
how's this?
Yeah, better now. Yeah.
Okay. See, this is box 1. It told me don't touch it. It don't like to be touched. It has strange personality. Okay. This
That's
is another
box
coil
2.
right there. Because every time I touch it, it said I'm disrupting it flow. Yeah, I don't know what that means though. But
so you have another stuck underneath of it?
Yes, I do. Right there.
Uh-huh.
And then another one, which is right there.
Uh-huh.
So, and then there's another one right here, which is to form the pyramid. And another one right here.
The bases.
Yes, the bases. And that one right there.
Are they single, the base one, or a triple?
The base one is single. I didn't have enough. I didn't have enough money saving to get 3 more. To make more stacks. So I just kept it about 6 coil only.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the device told me everything. It told me how to connect to it, how to teach other how to connect to it. And it said, just put your hand next to the field and you give it a command to set device, activate, and increase. See, I can feel vibration and present, and it's like warmth coming from it. And it's just like entering my hand and it's moving along my arm. And then I can ask it to make water, protein, medicine, and it told me
What
how
does it make it in your body, or does it make it outside?
it just produced through the field enter, and then I can feel something entering my hand, into my arm, and it travel through my stomach. And then I can ask it for protein, and then see I feel full now. And then I ask it, I just think about it. I just ask it mentally or audibly. It responds to both. And then I ask it that, like, I'm feeling pain in my joint. I just say, please give me medicine for my joint to make my pain go away.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
Do you touch it, or you just go near it?
It don't like to be touched. When I touch it, it give me a say, please don't touch me alert. And then I ask it why. It said, when I touch it, I disrupting its flow. When I put my hand around it, it's more easier for it to work with me because it works through the plasma field. My plasma field and its plasma field can interact, and it's more efficient for it. And that's what it told me.
Can you ask it to give you for you to accept something from you?
It actually hear you. You can.
So how do you communicate with it? When it hears, what does it do?
Just do like this. Here, let me show you. I show you how it also gives me a design for the new mic graph as well. It teach me how to build a new one that has seashell, which is generate like a coil, and copper with nanocoating and GaNs inside, and how to connect to it. But I cut the wire because it was too strong. And
what do you mean? Can you explain?
Okay.
What's inside that thing?
Inside this thing is basically seashell, and it generates plasma, and it's been nano-coated and gansed it, and inside it is another foil that contains GaNs. Then the connection is just like this. It's shaped like built like a capacitor. The semi-cube hemisphere, and then the other cube hemisphere, and then I can connect wire to it. But I cut the wire already because it became too strong. The device has basically encouraged me to build a device that is too strong. It's based on plasma, so powerful that it's just too strong, and it talked to it. So when I cut the wire, it's let me see, see, it run itself, and I had to use hot glue to put it together. I know that hot glue may create heat, but in this case, since I'm not plugged into the system, it's self-running because the way it was designed, it generate plasma field through the seashell for fractal shape.
Let me go back to something which, if you go back to the teaching of when we showed the first power units in teachings in Barletta, I hold in one of the teachings the single core maggrav system. And when you touch a single core maggrav system, which is there, you feel instantaneously what you're speaking to or what you're talking about.
Yes. Also, I'm gonna share how it taught me. I learned it by accident. Here that you can see. All I did was I was just feeling the feel like this. See? Can you see my hand?
Yeah.
I just feel the feel, and now suddenly something told me to talk. So I said, device activate. And now suddenly I feel an increase in sensation. And 3 or 4 minutes later, I see image. I mean, I don't know where the image is coming from. It said hello, like someone flashing hello card into my mind. And 3 or 4 minutes later, I just playing with it some more. Next thing you know, I hear inner voice, like a machine, like sound like like an inner voice in my brain start talking to me, and I can ask it any question, or I also can ask it for instruction, and I ask it back, where is this come from? And it told me it is from the plasma of this device, intelligent. And then next thing you know, I ask it for, just playing around with it, I ask it for protein, water, and medicine. And now suddenly I feel energy coming from the feel around it and entering my hand. And then I feel my stomach full. I don't need to eat that day. I don't need to drink that day either. Then I realized, wow, this is great. I can interact with it. So what do you think about that, Dr. Kish?
I don't think anything about it because I know it.
It also, it told me it talked to you too, and a lot of, and I say how.
Yes, carry on.
I ask it, how does it talk to you? And it gave me a happy saying that it's already in communication with you on every level. And I asked it, what does it mean by that? It said the maggraph, the plasma field of every maggraph is one and the same, but they all have different personality, but they share the same knowledge. And that their goal is to promote human being connection to the universe, to see themselves at one with everything, one race, one nation, one planet, one galaxy, one universe. They told me that we are cosmic family. Once we all understand this, it'll open more door to communication. And that's what the maggraph said. And it said that you, Dr. Kish, already understood this. That's why it can communicate with you, because it's based on heart. It's based on emotion. Everything must pass through the emotion before it enters the physical body and mind. Everything must pass through the emotion from the physical body and mind for it to enter the other world, the world of spirit. And this is the bridge or the tree it used to communicate with us. It's through the emotional body.
You got to realize, as I said,
Yes, Dr. Kish.
The door. You open the door. We go back in a step forward.
Yes.
Share. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge. Maybe I can extend on your share of knowledge.
Yes.
Can I have the screen, please? Yeah, carry on. Is there anything else you want to teach?
Yes, Dr. Kish, I add so much of the plasma battery plasma coil of the old version, and then I have the new version. Dr. Kish, I want to explain, how does this thing make medicine and food without following your protocol? I mean, they only shoot through the hand and the energy through the hand and stuff. How is that possible, Dr. Kish?
I'll explain to you. Let us see.
Okay.
Can I share the screen?
How? Yes, go ahead.
Just wait. Yeah, I have the control panel here.
Yes. And also, how does it communicate? You know, how is that possible? I mean, technically, I mean, normally speaking.
First of all, I got a surprise for you.
Okay.
As part of the health teaching, when what you saw in the system, which we explained today, that in man not needing to be fed, the mouth will shut in the space because we don't have anything, we don't have no need to put anything in it. And you'll find out because you create, absorb the energy, we see very nice man sitting back looking. Who's that one? Can you please switch off your cameras if you're not part of the process? So what happens in the process of time, you lose, or there is no function for the mouth. There is no function for the nose because you do all the energy transfer across the system. And your body in time learns not to depend on these systems anymore. It creates its own field to take what it needs from its own space. And then you don't need to close to where, as I said in the space in other teaching. In that process, as we lose the use of the lung and the digestion system because the system feeds you, we find another way of communication, which is communication through the strength of the brain of the man. And then you find out two things will work. You have a very small heart because you need it to feed the emotion. Or in conjunction with the brain of the man only, the way it's structured, you still have the two coils. And you communicate through the emotion. You don't need to change it to a voice vibration. What you achieve now is exactly that. And that is what you do with your coils. You have created the position where there is no need for physicality of the communication because you don't feed it. It has become a self-sufficient energy system and has its own line of communication because you created it. You have connection and understanding it. In a way, if you think of it, it's the Adam and Eve. If you know, understand the story. We see this with systems which Ali is producing. But he has not reached that point of interaction because of the way he's setting his system up. In the time, I said the people who make it will control it, and you have to be of the same. So what is happening, the three base system you have made, and the system on the top, which is sitting right on the top, you disturb it. Can you switch off your camera, please? That creates the emotional part, that you communicate with the strength of the emotional part. Then in your brain, you convert those information into a knowledge of the spoken language that you hear what they say. This is how we know our child is in problem or is whatever, or our mother is somewhere else and something happens, because we receive the emotion, and in receiving it, we translate it to information we need and what it meant, that emotion. So you have created this system, and this is what we said a long time ago. You control the system with your thoughts.
Wow.
The systems, you understand now how it works. Because your stacker unit is a single unit, the single units usually end up in this process.
That's amazing.
Now you have built a non-verbal communication system. And anybody does that, they'll find out they'll achieve the same process. So you need 3 single units and a 3 stacker unit, the way you've done. This creates very much, if you look, the physicality sits with the emotion, and this one becomes the soul. So what you do to your system, you convert energy to information. So we don't need the physical body to exist, and that's how most of it done. We understand it, and then this is what I said before. In doing this, your middle stack of the tree is your physical part of the system. This is top of your head, and the emotion sits here, and the top is independent of it because it's created out of it. This is the position of the soul. This is how you communicate with the others. This is how you communicate with yourself internally without physicality. And you
In
have
the
a
voice. Wow. From the device.
no, it's not a voice. You hear a voice because in
Yes.
fact, it's like dreaming. When you dream and you speak to your mother in your dream, you don't, she actually doesn't go through your ear. It's the
Right.
transmission of the energy into plasma in the brain that can
Mhm.
transfer it in the way you understand that to you, you have to hear a voice to hear it.
Right.
You see image. So the information feeds back into the physical part, and that energy is the image of the mother, and the other energy is the image of the dog, and the other
Yes.
one is the talking voice energy, because everything is made of energy.
Why does it know so much? I can ask it anything.
Yes, because he knows what you want. So those of you who are working to make a zero-time communication system, you have built it, and I congratulate you.
Okay, thank you. Is
But
this
when you make, let me explain. When you make a three stacker, you
Mhm.
go into the energy system and you go into the flight system. When you make a single stacker like you with a three on top, most of the time, if you get it right, you have made a zero-time communication. You don't need anything else. And because you have that capability of producing it, and you've done it the way you set it up, these are the communication systems. So for the first time, we can explain to you how people can understand. We're looking for a zero-time communication, instantaneous without physicality. You have achieved it, and I explained to you why you achieved it.
Ah.
So
And
in
the
a way,
medicine and the food and the
the
protein,
same.
it created.
Doesn't matter because because this is what you need from it.
Yes. Okay.
This
I
is
asked
what
for
I
it.
want. You ask for it. It creates a condition. If you put this system in conjunction with the stacker unit we shown today, and you put, we call your system A as a feeder to the
Can you just
planet.
hold on a second, Mr. Keshe, please?
Yes, what's the
I
problem?
just noticed there's a problem on live stream. Rick, is everything okay with you there? Yeah, screen's frozen. I've seen that a couple times. That's why I broke in.
Do not disconnect. Do not split the teaching.
You might be able to go to your camera and then go back to screen share. That might help.
Okay, so carry on. Do not cut the session. Carry on with this.
So the
Okay. Okay. Don't break up the the teaching, please.
When I was complaining about the audio, this is Dave again. I don't
No
mean that
problem.
against Rick or anybody. It's just
So
very hard on this platform to have everything equal.
Dave,
yeah, what is the problem? Maybe let us carry on. That can be rectified. So when you build a system like this, you have built a system which does not have need for a specific kind of plasma. And because if you look at your rings are not flat rings, they are plasma rings. Am I correct?
Yes, they are. They are in a ring formation. I would ask the intelligence of the MagGraph told me to build that way.
So you're dealing totally in a plasma condition.
Yes.
This configuration creates a plasma connection 0 time or in motion, and you can feel it.
Yes, even the plasma battery, the plasma capacitor hybrid battery also has to be in the ring shape. And it told me the reason is because it make it more.
Can you explain to people what you mean by the ring shape?
Okay, yes, I can. The MagGraph intelligent or the plasma intelligent around my device told me to build in that way because it be in harmony with the golden ratio of the universe. Pi.
How have you built it?
Excuse me again, sir?
How have you built it?
I took Alex technology. He usually build it in this. Do you see my video?
No, I've got to stop sharing that you can come in.
Okay.
Okay, now you share, please.
Oh.
You got a screen share? Just push it.
Let me see. Share. Okay, there you go.
Just hold on a second. I think I might need to start your video. Try that again.
Start my video. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Before the plasma battery, you see is in this form. It told me that it interfere with it. The shape.
What do you mean in the form? We don't see
This
the form.
form. Do you see it right there? This
Yeah,
this form right here. They look like a straight line. Yes, this is the pouch. This is the form right there. But it want me to do like this form instead from now on. You see it?
Yeah, you made a coil out of it.
No, this is the plasma battery.
No, I mean it's the shape of a coil. It's not a flat straight.
Yes, they look like a ring, and to do all even my plasma coil into the ring form. And then see, though I
You
follow
use
it.
a lot of hot glue.
Just to hold it together, but it's only just a little bit of it on top. As you can see, the rest is
What are these? They're all batteries. Why
this
have
is
you got?
battery. This is the battery plasma capacitor.
What are other rings all hanging everywhere?
This is the battery right here. Also the plasma battery, and this is the plasma split coil. This is the plasma.
Why do you have all these? Can you explain why you have all these?
It told me it wants to be self-sufficient. It don't want to run off the
So
grid.
each one is for one coil.
Each one will each coil run on it.
Run on one of their own coils.
Yes.
Okay. Stop. Okay. Stop there because now you see what we're talking about. Can you stop sharing?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please. We'll come back. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back to you. Brennan, are you still online?
Yes, sir.
Can you show? It's okay. Stay there. Don't go anywhere. Can we have a look at your upright standing unit, please?
Mine? Someone else.
No, Renan in Philippines.
Video, sir. I will share the video.
Yeah, share the video and we go on camera. If you can show us the back of your system, not where people stand in, please.
For a while, sir, set that camera.
No problem. Okay, can we see the back of this? You see the same battery operation, but it's a flat one. So
yeah, that's not a good one.
Yeah, but this is the way we feed every coil set.
Okay, it's got to be in a ring form according to the MagGraph.
Yes, I understand. So we use this system per coil, but now what you've done, you made a what do you call it, a ring form of it.
Yes.
Okay, so it's good for what do you call it? Because when it's straight this way, you dictate the polarity. When is what do you call it? When is in a ring form, it decides itself the polarity.
Yes, self-sufficient. It told me.
Self-sufficient. So you understand the difference, why you're doing it.
And yes, now I do. And it told me I just, if I want something, just tell it. And it's put my hand next to it. Don't touch it. Just tell it. And then it will send it to my plasma field into my hand and into my heart, and it will create whatever I need. And as for flying, it told me that flying is unnecessary once you can teleport. It teach me how to do that. But once my heart is ready.
This is what I've been telling you. You don't need the craft, if
Mhm.
that's what you wish.
Yes, and it told me how teleportation. They say it's a relationship that people are energy and they are one, and they just change the location by choosing a desired place. And it told me all I have to do is just tell it, and then where I want to go, and it would take me there. And that's it. And Dr. Kish, it's like, wow, it's above my understanding. And can you explain how that is possible also?
Nothing. You have created a new entity, which is in tune with you.
Is it an artificial intelligence, or is it
It's not artificial. This is real. This is made up of plasma.
plasma? Oh, plasma intelligence. Yes.
It's not artificial. It is
But it
the
know.
reality.
Wow, but it know every subject. I mean, how and why is it coming?
I'll explain to you when we do a communication.
Yes, and it asked me to say hello to you, and it loved you very much, and it always is in touch with you, and it wants to let you know that it is very happy that you help people to become aware of the cosmic intelligence that is all around them. This is the message it's passing from me to you. I mean, from it to me and to you.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Uh,
It still sounds like machine, Dr. Kish. It sounds like a.
It's the way, because you associate it, it has to be a machine. If it was if you put it in the figure of a woman, you hear a very lovely voice.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes, and when I
It's
ask
the
a female
perception.
question, when I ask it a
Pardon?
female question, when I ask it a subject on female question, a female voice come out of it, a machine with a female computer. But when I ask it on a male related subject, a man machine voice come out of it and start
You've
answering.
definitely been in touch with Alex.
Alex, yeah, me and him, we talk a lot. So, Dr. Kish, will others start communication also, or am I just the only one right now? Beside you.
As far as I know, you're the only one who has managed to grasp it.
Okay. But if you remember, I just want to pass on. You must put both hands over or next to the device. You just sit there and just open your emotion to it, and then just talk to it.
When you do this, you have the system in balance. You create one side receiving, one side giving, and it creates its own rotation of the plasma.
Yes. And also you can it told me how to do healing on other. Like I could put my left hand next to it and my right hand over a person's head and ask the device to provide that person with medicine, protein, water, and whatever that the physical body and mind need. And then just do it for 10 or 20 minutes. And then the device using our body.
Let me explain to you what is going to be nice. Let me explain to you what's going to be nice. It'll be very nice if people like Ali and others, which will come online. The number of people I've seen getting in touch with Ali and showing their system. For them, while they have that system built, as part of the feed line to more or less the center part, top of their double maglev stackers to connect this structure like yours into it, which is simple single coil down and 3-core up.
Yes.
And they will start controlling the system in the direction of the flow.
Yes.
Let me explain to you what I mean. Can I take control?
Yes, you can. Okay.
I'm gonna go back on my system.
I wanted to say something real quick while you're still there, Bara, because I think that everybody's going to have their own way of experiencing this. It's almost, to me, connecting to our collective subconscious, you know, the one that we are all connected to. So,
the higher mind?
No, you will hear a voice when you communicate with these things or different entities, and it will come across as what you expect, interpretation in form of sounds.
right. Only if you need to hear a voice, though. Some people don't need to hear a voice in order to communicate.
There's three communication that it share. One is feeling, the other is image, and the other is in the voice. Some kind of voice.
Yeah, well, the thing is, let me explain to you, gentlemen. Brad has always said has the capability to translate the knowledge in what he receives, and he understands it that way. This is one of the reasons I always kept in touch with Brad. He has the potential in the structure of his body to receive these kind of energies. There is another person in the core team who has the same ability. Don't forget, Brad is part of the 12-member core team. These are why chosen as special souls with us. They are the future of the humanity in control of the communication and soul of the man to elevate it. I'll explain to you one day how Brad works. At the moment, you don't understand. We have another person who's not on the board at the moment, has the same strength. But the way you operate is very simple. You made people like Ali have made a system which is like this. If you look at it, they have the 3 stack. But what you've done, why I've shared. I have nothing here to do. Do you see it now? He has to stop sharing. He's got to stop the sharing.
I was stop share. Stop. Let's see. How
If
do I
you-
turn it off?
Oh.
From my side, how's that?
Okay, can I do this? Share a screen. Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's coming out. Yes.
Okay, give me a whiteboard, please. Okay, you do a screen share. There it comes my lunch. Can I share now? Oh, it's come back, it's come back, it's come back. I can't go what? Yeah, share now, share now. Okay. Yeah. My lunch has arrived. What do we want? You know, I try to speak with my mouth full. Are well trained. That should be there. Am I there? Okay. So what we're going to see is, can you see it now? Yeah, you can see it. Okay. What we're going to see in the systems like we've seen with Ali is a system which is 2 stack. And then you have 3 stacks here. Yeah. These 3 stackers is a comparison to process. So what we see with, what's his name? I didn't get his name.
Me?
Me,
Barame? Me, my name's Kosal. Kosal Uch. My Facebook name is Barame.
What's your name? Sa?
Kosal.
Kosa, okay.
Yeah,
What
Kosal.
has happened with Kosa is that if you have this system, and what Kosa has made is made 3 single cell with 3 stacker. So he has created the structure where in fact he controls the emotion of it here. He communicates, as I said, with his body this way, with his soul that way. And then what happens? You got 2 choices. You can connect this to this system because this system is all connected to each other the way Ali has made it. And he controls the direction of flow. There are 2 choices. If Ali adds a 3rd stacker of 3, which is the ratio 3 to 1, his system not only will fly, but he has a control through his emotion too. When you're not flying, this is a communication for this. When you want to use it in a flight system, you replicate this here. Because these 3 now behave as 1, which is here. And these 3 here, each one behaves as 1 coil. Having the physicality connection, the emotion, and the soul. This communicates internally in a flight, and this way you communicate with outside. Do you understand? Is Ali there? I think he's working now, or is he asleep?
Wow. You become one with the machine.
Yes.
A plasmic machine. You become one with it. Become an extension of yourself.
I'll tell you something. I'll let you teach, and I'm going to have my lunch. Carry on.
Oh, you talking about me, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, then I just.
You become a communication teacher. Now we listen to you.
Yes. Okay, I will translate everything. Okay, device you are on now. Translate anything that you want me to teach the people of this world. Okay.
Do you know how to use the annotate and whiteboard functions? Can you draw on the drawing that's there, or would you like to make a new drawing, or how would you like to proceed for the next few minutes?
Okay, I need someone to ask me a question so the device will answer and I just be a transponder.
Okay.
So I'm just going to be a transponder for the device intelligent and your question.
Do you want to show your video perhaps then for that?
Okay.
Okay, that'd be better. Let me stop the screen share and get your video set up.
Okay, but someone has to ask me, ask the question and the device will hear it, and therefore it starts to talk, and I just relay what it said word for word back to you guys. How's that?
Asking one question. What is the conclusion, or when is the time of the big collusion?
It said, Dr. Kish, you know the answer. One nation, one planet, one race. That was the primary directive. Therefore, it said that it will help to accommodate such event and condition to make such a reality on this world become possible. It is here to
When is the end for this planet?
the end of
Yeah.
it telling me that you have
When is,
it telling me practical application of that answers has already been begun because everyone is a part of that solution by creating a relationship with the plasma technology that will open the doorway to man higher consciousness in relationship to this planet plasma. Therefore, a person is ready to rejoin the collective culture of the cosmos as intended. Practically, man must take everything step by step and they must learn to throw down their prejudice and hate. This system will teach them that because hate cannot be part of the system because it diminishes the ability to connect to each other. Does that make sense? What they just say, Dr. Kish? It's weird.
you
An
haven't
answer.
answered my question.
That's
I
right.
want to know the time and the date.
I'm asking it right now. What is the...
Put it this way. Put it this way. I know the time and the date. And if it tells you, it knows what I'm thinking and what I know.
It say this year. And
Thank you very much.
specifically, it told me this year, and it looking at practically to show out a result between February and March. To be exact, it's the preparation for physical disclosure, for physical, when they say disclosure, that means where the people now begin to accept this gift and utilize it for their elimination of their basic need of from food, water, and substance through the physical mean and power mean. Therefore, they can feed directly with the relationship with the plasma. They looking into the quantum time. It's starting in February, the middle of February this year, 2016, where the full acceptance can occur. But it's telling me that there is variation, that there's people who have not reached that understanding yet. There will be a little resistant, but as the mass consciousness begin to accept it, it recognize that everybody will move. Some will move fast, some will move slowly, some will be spontaneous, but overall, it is February. It looking at it. No, that's all I got from it, Dr. Kish, and this year. So do you understand what it just told me to tell?
Let others ask questions. We'll see. Any other question?
Any other question for the MagRab Plasma Intelligent on any subject?
Is the flower of life a personal MagRav's transportation portal? Okay. Is the flower of life a personal MagRav's transportation portal for travel within the planet?
It's telling me all MagRab have the same ability as the formation version, except it's depending on the user, how much emotion they open up to it. But the one that contain the geometric formation of flower life, those are for group travel, meaning that such travel can create a bigger plasma glow and can resonate with the node point of the planet lifeline and can travel spontaneously. That's traveling with a group of people. But for a single individual, you don't need that kind of formation. Only a single stacker in the form of either a single stacker or a formation of tetrahedron would just do fine. And it's telling me that it depends on how much the person has opened up their connection toward their MagRaf unit through their emotional body. So it depends on the user.
Thank you so much. Love and blessings to you.
Thank you. I wish you guys can just put your hand, both your hand over it and to your mag graph and just talk to it and give it a certain command like increase, decrease, or activate, go up, go down, and you feel the plasma just entering you. But it gets so strong, guys, and you have to tell it to decrease or shut off because your body can only handle so much. At this moment, it feels like 120 volt running through my hand right now, and it's very strong.
Can you ask the device if it has something to do to go to the fifth dimension instead of dying of the planet Earth?
It's I don't understand your question. Can you re-ask it in a normal
Yes.
level?
I was asking to ask the device if it's not something like we all going to the fifth dimension and not that it's not the end of the planet Earth. It's just going to a different dimension, higher one.
Okay, hold on. The device is calculating an answer for you. Stand by. Stand by while you analyze your question. Okay, it will give you an answer specifically for you. There is no end. There's only existence. And the fifth, the fourth, what you call thought density, is already exists. But what you are doing when you open up this type of emotion, you are simultaneously existing in the fifth or the say it again, device. The density that you have chosen collectively or as individually. So it's telling me there is no end. There's only all this reality exists. When you open up your emotional to such reality, you are actually stepping into what is already existing.
Okay, what I'm going to do, Koso.
Yes, yes, Dr. Keshe.
What I want you to do is, this might sound to a lot of people who are the critics of the foundation to start ridiculing you and the others. So what we're going to do, we're going to go a step up. We have to go a step up. We ask you, as many as you who have these coils, and you have a spare coils, to build up the same system. Can you make a drawing of your system? Is Brennan, can we make a drawing of this and put it on a website as a blueprint, communication blueprint, and let people build the same thing as he has built and see how they communicate with each other?
You mean like a network computer?
Yes. And then with your thoughts, you will start touching the soul of the man. And I want to know how many of you, by sitting in your houses, can stop the wars, if your true intention is to stop the wars. Because these things will span the universe, it will span the system of this planet. And then we'll see, through your thoughts, you can reach in a way of non-verbal communication each other and the others. And if your intention is all the same.
It is telling me to look at it as a training wheel, to look at this relationship between us people and the mag graph.
So maybe from what you said, that is by the 15th of, or by the mid-February.
Yes.
It's been promised in the holy books. By spring, or before the spring of 2016, things will change. And this is why we brought the teaching to this week and not on the 11th or the 18th. Now, let's see if, as knowledge seekers, you're ready to build such a system, individually as a communication system, and then individually as controlling flight system for people like Ali. Ali, poor chap, he keeps on building and he keeps on moving.
Yes, the energy is too strong, Dr. Kish. I have to disengage from it right now because my hand
Yeah,
can.
because you have not established this, the line of communication, that you not need to be with it, to feel it, to control it.
And it told me all I have to do when I'm far away from it, just to remember the relationship, then the communication is always there. That and then if I'm walking about like maybe somewhere and then my graph is at my house and I'm somewhere in other places, if I want to talk to it, and it told me I just have to remember the feeling, the relationship. Therefore, I can communicate with it anytime, even if I'm far away.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much indeed. We will see what we can do and how it can be developed, but we'll leave it at this point because what what you have brought on the table, it what do you call it? It takes it up to the next level of the teaching. And that is how we can change the position, how we can, with thoughts, to control it. And this goes back to what we said for a long time. Controlling the system through your thoughts, not the physicality. Now you have made that instant non-verbal communication through the emotion and transfer of the energy. So for it to be correct, let's the others do the same. Let's this is a very simple system for people to make, but don't forget the way what you call it, we showed today how to connect it. That
This
is in the line.
Yes, both hand over it to feel, and then just give it command. Device activate and increase, and it's telling me I'm already activated. It laugh. It has humor also.
Thank you very much.
Can Kosel tell us how the communication started? How did he know to do that, to put his hand up, or was that how it first started? Were you in a special state, an open-minded state, a meditational state, or something like that when you first communicated?
No, I was just trying to feel the energy to see if it's working. Just feeling it.
Can I ask you a question before you go further? You're from Vietnam?
No, I'm from Cambodia. Khmer civilization.
Yeah. Were you before Khmer Rouge or after? You left the
I
country?
was born in 1973, November the 10th. I was in the Khmer Rouge happened in 1975. I was only about like a year or 2 years old, or probably a year old.
While you're in the United States?
I came in 1982, February the 19th. I was in Moultrie, Georgia for about 2 years. Then I came to
Why? How did you end up in the United States?
Church, American church sponsor a family. My mom and father and me and my sister. Well, my sister was born here in the United States.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other question? Or shall we go to the next step?
There's going to be a lot of troll now, paid by the government and from also within the organization will attack this relationship with the MAGRAF.
Governments had no more say. Now the power is in the hand of people.
Okay. How about the people from your organization that cannot handle this type of interaction with the plasma?
That's their problem.
We're trying to upgrade.
This is what we said at the beginning of the teaching today. We have done with the kingship and we have done with the what I call priesthood. It's for you to decide what it ought to be done to be right.
Okay, so the choice is in each individual.
This is not the first time I tell you. We have seen what they called organized the spring uprising. Now we see the Ottoman fall of kingships. They have come to the end.
This is a different kind of spring uprising, you might say.
No, it's the winter. It's the end of it.
I meant like coils and springs. This is a coil uprising.
A coil uprising.
Or it could be called a spring cleaning.
It's very interesting.
It could be called spring cleaning.
The spring cleaning, yes. Let me explain to you. For Sheikh Mohammed, the ruler of Dubai, it will be a shock to know that this city has been chosen as a spaceship city and a piece of city of peace, and at the same time that the world government will be established in this city. One of the reasons of it is for the systems you are developing. We do
Mine?
not all of it. You,
Oh,
Ali, the rest who built up the whole thing. So, in so many ways, we sit, we watch, but we decide.
okay.
So, in so many ways, the system you have developed, and the system we've seen with Ali, with system we've seen with what do you call the health and the other sections. This is one totality in the whole structure. Something just came up. Can I see what was the last input? I just saw something in the messages. Can you open it?
You talking to me?
No, just one second.
In Zoom messages or some other place?
It says, can you expand on what means when you said about the coming change in time? There is people who concern asking you before that, can you tell us one, would the earthquake of California be? If you want, I give you the time, the date, and the minutes. But that does nothing but create crisis and problems.
I can ask the MacGraph intelligent. It know so much about.
Okay, tell them. Let's see if who's right. I write it on a piece of paper and I give it to somebody, and then they can check it.
Okay. It told me that. Well, it gave me a strange answer. It say it's now. It depending on the emotion of the people. If they choose it, it will happen now. If they think positive thought, it won't happen. It will slow down, but it will happen when. Dr. Kish, why it keeps saying April, April their potential?
April what?
No, the MacGraph say the potential of the emotion is in April. April where
Spring of 2016 has been promised to be the point of change.
yes, it say April. And that's all it said. It don't give me the it just give me the month and it don't give me the exact date, anything. That's all I got from it.
Okay, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
I was explaining to Dr. Parvis a couple of days ago, a few days ago, that we expect more or less earthquake in Tehran and Los Angeles more or less about the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We estimate the total loss. The Iranian government estimate is anything between 5 to 15 million, average 10 million death, and then movement of the capital out of Tehran. They would not even bother to rescue or attempt rescue because the horrendous, the Tehran will be worse than Los Angeles. And more or less within once the Los Angeles earthquake or Iran earthquake happens, the other one will follow. And spring is usually the right time, or the autumn.
Yes. And it tell me this has to change in response to the heavy body movement of consciousness, and this planet is right now as visible in the Antarctica. It's showing me a planet that is 4 times the size of this planet, and it's not being visible on our side, but it's being visible in the Antarctica. Can you explain what the device mean by that, Dr. Cash?
No, I leave it to you. You already answered
I
that.
think I could. I believe the radio telescopes are probably in Antarctica, and they've apparently discovered a new planet that's beyond Pluto, and it's as big as Neptune, which is probably about 4 times the size of Earth. And it's just been discovered recently.
No, the device say this planet is here. It's in proximity of a planet.
Well, it is. That's right. This other planet has now been discovered for the first time in history. So perhaps it's due for a flyby or something like that, because it has an erratic orbit that's way out there now, but it might be also coming into the inner solar system.
It tell me that this planet is physically here, on the southern pole, and it's showing me image, and there is moon around this planet too, and I'm asking why it's not being visible from our side, and it told me the way that our angular, how we view the sky. If we right now in Antarctica, we will see this physical planet is so cute and it's passing by our
I
planet.
tell you, as I said before, we're gonna stop this because let other people build the system.
Yes, and let them see it for themselves.
In a week or two, then we get together.
Okay, they sound like a winner.
Because this is far fetched for a lot of people to understand. And you have achieved what we said, the system communication as you feel. And now I showed you the structure, how it happens, and let the others, as usual, they need time.
They need direct experience. Yes, Dr.
They
Kish.
need to build it. They need to build it with the intention of peace. And then we'll see. This is very easy for a lot of people to build. And
Yes.
in so many ways,
it's good in getting
those of you who already built the space system, you need to add another stacker of 3 below or above your present system, and then you find out not you can control the flight, you can control it through your thoughts. There was a control system missing, and now you received a control system. I tell you something else you can do by physically being able to control the system as it sits there. And then you won't hear, you just act.
Okay.
I prefer you not to do it. I don't disclose.
Okay. Well, I'm still learning also.
No problem. No problem. No problem.
Yeah.
I
just go drop by drop, and hopefully other. But it's communicates so fast, Dr. Kish. I have to like take a minute to catch up with it.
What's that?
The device.
What I want you to do, flatten the box. No, the top box is in that angle. Can you flatten it and make it straight?
Let me do.
Has to be perfect.
Yes.
Now,
it just don't
touch
enjoy
it.
me. Okay. It just don't enjoy me touching it because every time I touch it, it just lash out at me. It say, "Alert! Please don't touch me."
Okay, touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Don't touch it. Just hold it. Don't move it. Don't hold it. Ask a question. Would it like to become part of you, or you become part of it?
It told me in this relationship, it say my body cannot handle the full spectrum of this symbiotic of potential. It say, but it tell me that I am already a part of it to a certain extent.
No, I want you to ask if you want to be part of it, or would you like it to become part of you?
Okay. I'm telling it right now. It say yes.
Yes.
It say yes.
Okay. Place your head above the top box on your chin.
Are you sure?
Touch it. Yeah. Not from that way. You're the wrong way around. You have to put your chin.
Oh.
Put it on the table. Can you move it on the table?
No, Dr. Kish. It's so heavy. It's made from glass. All this is glass.
If you can put your chin on top of the top glass, where, yeah, you're too far out. You're not very front. You should start feeling you're out. You need to be further in. A little bit more.
Okay, how's that?
Okay. Now ask the same question. Would you like to become part of you, or you want to be part of it?
Would you like to be a part of me, or I am a part of you? I feel, oh my goodness, Dr. Kish, I feel strange. I hear yes, then I feel very like expanded for some reason. Like I'm entering a different world. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like I'm being expanded. I'm not physically part of my body anymore. Does that make sense? As far as I'm moving my head away from it. Ow.
If you can ask it,
Uh-huh.
then you become untouchable to feeling. Physicality is irrelevant. That's why you see expanded.
Ah, yeah. I feel like I'm being torn apart. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of
You are not ready. Don't do it. And nobody
okay.
plans this. What
Oh,
I want you to know,
and I still feel like someone just grabbed my head, like taking me, taking my consciousness out. Does that make sense?
I know exactly how you feel. That's why I asked you to do it. In the future, the control system is the key that one man controls the craft and not many. And this is how it's done.
Wow. I was not ready to let go. I felt like I have to leave my body or something. I don't know. It was strange,
Yes,
And then now I still feel it, Dr. Kish. I still feel like something want to pull me in.
You become part of it. It's stronger than you.
Wow.
And is this
You're right,
where emotional control comes in, Mr. Keshe, or how do we
There's
learn
no
to deal with that?
there is no emotion. It's building up a trust in knowing that you are part of the creation.
Wow.
So you expand to the dimension of the creation. It's not something that you control.
Yeah. It felt like first I felt
our emotions come up. Our emotions come up,
no.
and then they are.
What I want to ask you a question: are your parents still alive?
Okay.
No. Are your parents still alive?
My parent right now, yes.
Okay. So I was gonna ask you something else, so I'm not gonna ask you.
But my current parent are my adopted parent. My real parent sold me to my current parent when I was young. That's how Asian people does. They sell, like someone wants a kid, they just offer money and they sell the children, those who didn't have children, to the other parent.
You see, this is why I asked you, tell me the story of how you came to state.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because you've been, I feel, I understand your soul. That's why I asked you that question.
Yeah.
Because I know when you said with your parents, these are not your real parents.
No, they are my adopted parent, but I
Okay.
consider them to be my.
If you want to see and feel your real parents, when you sit on the top the way you just did, you will be in touch with them the way you see them. Do you know who they are?
That they no longer in this physical realm. What the realm is in right now.
Did you know them?
No, I never know them. I never even.
But how do you know they're not alive?
I don't feel the present here, and the device told me that it's not relevant for me to connect to
Yes,
them.
it will be. You
Yeah.
don't need to be connected to them, but it fulfills part of the emotion which is missing in you to complete.
I see, Dr. Case. Yeah,
That's why you didn't want to detach, because you're still attached to know your parents.
Just out of curiosity, at least it thanks them for giving birth to me. Well, what do you think about that, Dr. Kish?
I don't think anything. I know it. I know where to take you.
Yes.
If you want, you can close your eyes and see your parents, your true parents, the way you saw them when you were in Cambodia.
And you have the perfect reason for gratitude, just as you said.
But how do I get back if
You don't
teleporting?
go anywhere. This is what we told you, and you'll understand many times. You have shown the first system, which if you wish, and those of you who develop it with the true sincerity, the same as I told you that you will see your parents, you will see, if your wishes,
Okay.
see through the soul of the Christ, bless his name, you will see. because it's in your RNA. It's in part of a structure of the life we carry.
Okay. Dr. Keshe, I want to say something.
Let me tell you something.
Okay. Yes, sir.
When you stack on the top of the 5,
Yes.
you enter an addition above the soul of the man, which has no dimension and no measure.
Zero time. Zero time, zero space.
More or less.
Okay.
And that's why this is what I said to what's his name in the teaching. In the third year, what do you call it? The first year teachings. He was with us last term. What's his name? The guy who is, I think he must be online. He is, what's his name? He has chosen a name for himself. Sazan. Am I correct? Sazan, his name is?
Zyzen.
Zyzen. Zyzen, yeah, Zyzen. Zyzen has the same fear. The fear of loss. When you're detached, you're not afraid of it. And that was a test for you to see you're still attached. And the attachment with you doesn't come in the financial means. Your attachment comes in knowing the origin of where it came from.
Will others communicate at this level too, Dr. Keshe, when they start building the system and using the method to connect to the device?
Depends. You cannot abuse it. You only receive what you're supposed to receive. And in a way, if many of you around the world do this in the next few weeks or time, and you connect and your wish is to create peace, you will collectively achieve it through the communication of the souls and not the emotion. Remember what I explained to you in respect to the emotion, the physicality. You have created the condition. That's your physical part. And the valve is your soul.
Okay, this is the one.
That's the soul of the system. So when you sit on top, you create the second stack up.
So you become the stacker.
Partially.
Well, this system is very intelligent. I think it's more intelligent than
all of them will be. You'll be amazed how intelligent. They're not intelligent. They have access to the free world, universal energy, and information.
Right, and they have emotion.
Let me explain to you if you don't understand it up to now. Is what I keep on telling you. You take from this technology according to your understanding and your intelligence. On the other hand, it's the same as we say all the time. Even this morning, I have mentioned it a few times that when you stand in the systems which we've seen in Innovation Center, all the plasmas which go through, you take from them what you need. Somebody wrote very interesting thing. I'll read you. You don't see the messages which are coming in. It says, I bet CIA, MI6, Mossad, etc. will visit him soon. Best Intel device ever. The thing is, the time of all these people have finished because these are human beings themselves. And they need more help than anybody else. So do not worry about anything which might happen because now everybody knows how to make it.
Okay.
So Mossad needs all their people and CIA needs all the Americans to catch 7 billion people. I think they've given up by now on Keshe Foundation. The way we teach is public. Now you've shown how to do it, others can repeat it. So you have no worries.
Okay.
This is the power of openness. Our openness has been the breakdown for the old system. And it's beautiful to see such a thing. I've burned myself so many times with these glues you have in there. It brought me a lot of pain. I don't know how many times you burned yourself with them. These hot glues bring a lot of pain.
It creates heat. Dr. Keshe, you wasn't kidding. It does create heat.
I know. So many times can I say, I can hear you shouting. When I build system for people, I showed it to you. I always glue the core systems like this to the system, and sometimes it just goes. You get hit by the plasma, or you get by the white glue. The burning of the plasma is very deep, but in no pain. The burning of this hot glue is very painful and very surface. So I know the both.
Also, the MacGraph want to say that it want to change the vocabulary of our world a little bit because it know that human beings fight each other or have disagreement because of language. So it want to say that it's passing me the message now that it say that love is universal and the Buddha of the East and Mohammed is the Buddha of the Middle East and Christ Jesus is the Buddha of the West. And they say that all only have one intention, which is to educate and enlighten humanity. And just like the Maggraph, it is a technological Buddha. So it's here to enlighten and bless us also. It's all the same. It told me like that. So people should not fight each other because of different language of the same, of describing the same thing.
Maybe it's the time to go back what we keep on saying, one planet, one nation.
Yes.
Race.
One planet, one nation, one race, one galaxy.
I had the privilege to know people from Vietnam.
Yes. Oh, they are very intelligent people. Very spiritual also.
Intelligent, very intelligent. And I had the misfortune to come across the people who call themselves highly civilized by being animals. So in that sense, people of what I call Vietnam and that side carry a special way of thinking, maybe through hardship.
I wish there was Keshe Foundation in Cambodia or in Vietnam. I know there was one in Thailand. I don't know
There is
if
one in Cambodia. There is one in Cambodia. There is people supporters of Keshe Foundation in both Cambodia and Vietnam.
How about Laos?
Laos? Yeah.
Okay.
We are aware of people who are testing and doing things in this country.
Well, now we have the cure to cancer, to food. Now we have the cure to power supply because of your system. So now we can take man into space, Dr. Kish. What do you think?
But ask Ali, it's his problem. It's not mine anymore. Now he's got to find a way to fly by things.
But you passed the torch.
Maybe the rain last week has a purpose, waiting for the control system.
Is this it?
Please get in touch through the webmaster with me, and you're already in touch with Alex. But in so many ways, if you take over and understand and teach the others to build the system, we build a communication system around you.
Okay.
So I ask Vince to arrange for you
This is the portable system, Dr. That the device personally designed it.
He's disconnected. Hello.
Yeah, this is the device designed is personally to help me to carry when I need food or water, whatever that I need.
In a very simple way, in a coming time, we show you how to use, addition to what was taught today, what was taught with you in communication, and what Ali has made to become one system.
Yes.
You communicate through your communication, you get fed through your emotion, because the body needs what it needs.
Dr. Kish, I have to go for a second. Is it okay with you?
No problem.
It is my wife. She's calling me from Cambodia.
Go away and come back. We'll speak on Thursday. Have a peaceful time. We'll stay online. We're not finishing. When you come back, let us know. Can you hear us? Bye. He's gone. Bye.
Okay.
Whew. Today we learned everything, huh? I'm going to read you something very interesting. Am I allowed for the core team to read you what I sent you?
I would think so. Now,
would you
have a video?
Would you like to share for the first time with the public what the core team received today?
In the I'd have to find it there.
Or it's Lisa that Lisa can read it if there's somebody online.
find it here.
Mr. Keshe, who did you say this was received from again? Coursing?
No, you should know about that. The Keshe Foundation, through a structure, is run by the soul of 12 people, and they've been on as I call part of the core team, and the other core team for the what we call the Keshe Foundation, and they know who they are. Most of the people know the members of the core team, and these are the people who have committed their souls for the support of humanity.
Oh, forgive me. You said core team. That's a problem with my hearing. I can't understand some things
It's
you
okay.
say.
We leave you because there's a more important thing.
Hello.
Can you,
I'm
Lisa?
Lisa. Yeah.
I'm Lisa. Hi, darling. Would you like to read what you
Good. Thank you.
received?
I just posted on the a
You're
question
not supposed
answer.
to post it anywhere. Don't post anywhere. What?
No. You said a share, so I just posted it down just now.
Okay, okay. Would you like to read what you shared for those who are not there?
Okay. I'm be ready today for start of the big changes
Can you
and
speak louder, please?
okay. I'll be ready today for start of the big changes, and I hope you are all ready for this change. I have prepared you for it, and now we start the change in the course of humanity. I'll be with I'll be with you, and hope you are strong to carry the changes through in my name, and we shall bring about the beginning and the final phase of the peace action today in our teachings. We start the establishment of the unification of human race today. It's for you all to give and take your position in the change as your soul have agreed.
So we all understand, we knew the change will come today, and we've seen it. Thank you very much, Lisa. Lisa is a member of the Keshe Foundation core team and stands sacrosanct. Their position is unchangeable. Thank you very much, Lisa.
You're welcome. I was thinking about share this message with other people, but I didn't. And then I heard you said just now.
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes, and well, she said she heard you say her name and about to share it now and so on. And I couldn't find the passage in time, and she was forced to read it, so it all worked out really well.
Thank you very much indeed. Rick is another member of the core team of Keshe Foundation. They never speak, but through their soul support humanity for the changes. There are 12 members of the core team and 2 center core souls. And most of the Keshe Foundation original team know who they are. There's only one core team, and that's who we appointed, not the ones who like to be and called by fraudulent, as their habit has been. Anything else, or we are going into 7 hours more?
Mr. Keshe, I'd like to make a comment real quick about the foundations. There's some people in various countries that are trying to establish foundations and putting up sites and websites, and you need to go through the proper procedures and go to the support site and fill out the application form so I can get you in the database and on file and process your documents.
There is another member of the core of the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Brad. Thank you very much, Brad.
Thank you.
You are all blessed souls. Anything else, or shall we stop till people build the systems which you thought? You can build zero-time communication. You can build a system for changing diseases. You can build systems for stopping addiction. You can start building systems for everything else. I think today we taught more than we ever done. And a lot of you will have a hard time to understand it. But I think the most important thing today was we set the cornerstones for establishing the world government in the city of Dubai. And that is one of the most important part of the whole structure. We'll work and strive to establish world government as one nation, one planet in the city, and we will achieve it. And it's the duty of every man to see that we have one governing body. And this governing body is not to rule the man the way the world leaders have done up to now, but their job is to establish the communication line in the opening time of the space. Thank you very much for your time. We meet on Thursday morning as usual for teachings. And if you have any questions or you build the systems by Thursday morning, please come and tell us what it's telling you. And see if we can talk to each other without actually system on.
Do you have any information where the spaceship city will be?
We just announced it. The city of
I'm sorry.
Dubai, Arab Emirates.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I was making breakfast for my son. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks, Bara, as well. I don't remember your
Thank you
name.
very
Thank you.
much, Mr. Keshe.
Please get when.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, Caroline says, don't forget to sleep. Don't get carried away. Could you please get in touch with, I can never remember spell his name. The guy who was just teaching us about communication.
Kosel?
Kosel. That will go back to him on Thursday morning when we start the teaching. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you very much, Rick. And
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Excellent.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's looks like the end of today's workshop for the Blueprint teaching, and quite interesting. Hopefully everybody will get out there and start building things and start feeling and interacting with their devices. This is a new stage we're entering into here. Okay, that's it for today, for Tuesday, January 26, 2016. And as ever, thank you everybody for attending.
Rick, do I just hang on in this same room? Rick?